Rise and shine, guys. Bright and early. We're going to see how this project gets on. You know what? It'll be a bit of fun. It'll be a bit clunky for a while. But you know what? We'll have a laugh as we go through it. Right, what we're going to do, we're going to jump straight across. Do let me know, can you hear me? Number one. Number two, do you like the tickers up on top? Do you like the time? Is there anything else you would like us to add to the stream as we get going? I'm going to see, we need to make a portfolio. If we make a portfolio, it can be a lot more exciting. We can be a lot more interactive between the streams. Yes, Rhino, we can hear. Big shout out, you were here. Was it yesterday evening for you guys? It would be last night for me. I've already been out on the farm this morning, so if you think I'm zoning out, yeah, I'm feeling quite tired. Wall Street, good morning, sir. Big shout out, my guy. Guys, smash that like button as we get in. Yes, it's going to be very, very clunky today. As we get used to running these streams, it'll get a lot nicer. I've been looking across the whole market. Rhino, you're in the UK, so you're same time as me. Whereabouts in the UK are you from? You don't have to be very specific. I know it's quite it's not nice to share your actual location, but roundabout where are you from? At the moment, we have the likes of VU or the S&P 500 holding at about 0.27, but it is climbing. Looking at it across the whole macro, the war doesn't seem to have really escalated over the past 24 hours. I think we're still sticking with Benjamin Netanyahu coming out and saying that I just need to confirm this. Yeah, that they're looking to de-escalate the war and open Strait of Hormuz. Hello, I'm a big Horizon fan. We can cover Horizon quite a bit today. I'm actually quite excited to cover Horizon. What's the difference between an eVTOL and a helicopter as far as a use case for Bullfree, for Archer and Joby? Okay, so for Archer and Joby, so we're not going to go for speed. Number one, we're going to go for acoustics. So if you think of Archer and Joby, they're not going to be running as ones and twos. The whole use case for these, you want hundreds in the cities. Can you imagine 100 helicopters all flying at one time around the city? No city is going to let the same thing in. It'll sound like a bunch of bees. Now, with the eVTOLs, they don't only take off vertically, but they can also land conventionally as well. So the redundancy system on these are much stronger than helicopters. One fan fails, the others are strong enough to keep you going. And if you get a catastrophic failure across the whole lot, you can glide down if you're using the likes of a Midnight. These all have separate battery compartments. So again, with a helicopter, you have many points of failure. Your rotor up on top or your propeller at the back of the aircraft. If that fails, your stability goes and it's good night. With an eVTOL, it's an awful lot safer. Yes, we are running electrically, but if some people think it's going to go hybridization before we go fully electric, I'm not in that camp at the moment. I think by the time the FAA actually let these eVTOLs in, I think battery technology is pushing forward. But look, that's why we're covering the likes of AMPX now too. My friend thinks the same thing. I said it's the difference between Tesla and Honda as an example. Does the midterm election year worry you for stocks in general? We've been speaking to Dylan, and Dylan seems to think it could play a major part in it. Look, elections come and go. I don't think I am going to particularly change anything up and bulletproof my portfolio based on the elections. But yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit choppy. I'm quite interested to see these tickers up on top of the screen if they actually start updating once we get going. They should do. Now, let me see. Have we anything major coming out at the moment? How do you guys feel about SpaceX merging with XAI? I think it's going to push the space industry forward. This track, big shout out, my guy, and big thank you for becoming a member there yesterday. No, thanks for the feedback. No problem at all. Feel free to ask as many questions you want. Guys, smash that like button as soon as you come in. Ideally, what I want to do is put a portfolio up beside the clock here. Maybe move myself. I could, yeah, I could move a little bit that way. Put a portfolio beside us, and it'll be sweet. Now, let me see if I can share my screen here. And I'll make that a little bit bigger. Ooh, that's maybe not the nicest way to do it. No, I think we'll go back to the way we were. Can you see that okay, guys? Let me see if I can make that any bigger for you. Right, let me see. Is that any better for you guys? Do let me know. S&P at the moment, we are looking quite flat, 0.14%. Guys, do let us know what stocks you want added to the likes of the watch list. Now, look, I'm using the free version of TradingView. I may get the full version as we go through. Also, what we might do a little bit today as well is use Gainify. I've been using that the last few days. Yes, I'm a bit of an idiot and I bought the paid version, but you can get on quite nicely with the full version on Gainify. What's the biggest position in your portfolio? I'm diversifying into real estate at the minute. 60% of my portfolio is Rocket Lab. And then we go Tesla, Archer, Joby. I have a little bit of Google in there, and then Horizon. So I'm keeping it quite tight at the moment. Now, it would have been a lot safer if I didn't overextend myself. I've about 3,000 in cash left. You actually may see me buy some more Horizon today. No, I won't be bringing my portfolio up on the screen. We're going to create a community portfolio. But I was speaking to Matt Money, and as soon as he showed his actual portfolio, he started getting his actual house vandalized 4 or 5 times. So, yeah. And after last week, when someone sent me my location on X, yeah. Do I own Ondas? I don't own Ondas. I don't own Zeta. Zeta is looking quite flat at the moment. Iron, no. And Unusual Machines, no. Heard it might be good to dollar cost average instant right now. Do you know what? We could actually start adding them to the likes of the portfolio. Let me see. I don't really use TradingView, you know. We'll add VU to a watch list. What do you want? You want Ondas? We'll add Ondas. What else are you looking for? Zeta. Guys, do let us know what you want added to the watch list. UMAC. I need to put my old faithful Archer and Joby in there too. My top 5. Palantir is actually quite a good one. Do you know what? I'm going to come out of this so we can see the opening bell go off. I'm going to get a bell too as we go through it. You know, it's going to be a lot of improvements over the next month or so, and then we're going to get into the fun stuff. I also need to know, guys, how much do you want me to start with in the portfolio? Because I know we have different levels of investor here. We have guys that are quite new to it. We have seasoned investors, but I don't want to be like out of touch. I don't want to just go and put, I don't know, 100K into an account and then everyone's like, well, he's completely out of touch. Do we start with 1,000? Do we start with 5,000? Do we start with 10,000, 20? What do you want to start with? Do let us know. Just my opinion, I think IonQ is the next Palantir. Quantum can be powerful AF. Just my opinion, I think. I might be wrong though, based on my research. And there we go. We're smashing straight through opening bell, and we are dropping. We're down 0.25% in the S&P, but seems to be holding okay. Ondas 0.74% down. Zeta 1.57 and dropping. Iron 1.78% and dropping. UMAC is having a bad time because they went through that dilution. Here we go. We're going down. What are we at now? 1657 and dropping. Do you think UMAC will recover? You normally see during them dilution events, we'll settle somewhere around the middle. So we'll come back and settle somewhere around 1750 or so. Rhino Skin says start at 2,000. 2,000 actually could be a nice one because I think 1,000 would be pretty slow. 2,000. Redwire is another good spec play. I got caught out. I got caught in my pants down with Redwire. Many of you have probably heard it many, many times. Myself and Francisco Ramirez were trading Redwire like mad to try and get more shares of Rocket Lab. And we thought we were smarter than everyone else. We've done it 3 or 4 times. Trading between that $15 range and around $20. Made a nice bit and then just got greedier and greedier and kept putting more and more into it. And yeah, it dropped to around $5. It did recover. It's all the way back at 7 or 9.75 now, and they seem to be doing great things. Look, if space wins, Redwire wins, and I think with an SpaceX IPO, Redwire will do quite well. But Redwire again is climbing. 9.75. Let me see. So if I remember, yeah, here we go. Let's go over the day and then go over the last 3 months. So look, all the way back here, we're trading in the $4 range. And I'll show you where I was buying it. There we go. So we were trading literally in between these zones. It was an absolute nightmare, but you know what? You learn. I thought opportunity would have been a lot better actually cutting my losses with Redwire and getting back into Tesla heavier and Archer, but look, that reversed and went the other way completely as well. So yeah, don't be like me. Guys, what other tickers do you want? Do let us know. Right. So we have Redwire there. What are we going into now? So Redwire, let's put up Beta Technologies in there because we know our good friend Wild Saddle. What's this? More to your watch list, 30-day free trial. Do you know what? Let me actually set that up because I'm going to need this, aren't I? So let me go back to this and I'm going to set up the... Two seconds, guys. Let me just set up TradingView here. This tractor wants PANW. I'll fire that on there for you, my guy. 2 seconds now. I get paranoid when I'm streaming, yeah, that I don't share like my bank details on the. Imagine that. That'd be an absolute shambles, wouldn't it? Right, 2 seconds, my guys. Let me just verify this on the phone. And we'll get back to TradingView. Nvidia and Amazon deal. Has that just come out? Let me quickly have a look at that for you while we're here. Did anyone see about a Super Micro co-founder was arrested for smuggling 2.5 billion of Nvidia's GPUs to China? Super Micro Computers has dropped drastically since then. What is happening there? I'm sorry, this is going to be a bit clunky for a while. Hi all from Singapore. Big shout out, Mike, guy. Do smash that like button as we get in. And also, guys, smash that subscribe button. We're nearly at 5,000 subscribers here. How do you like these shows ran? Would you like a portfolio up on screen? Do let me know. Half my family live in Liverpool. We're in the US. I do be in Liverpool quite a bit because that's where I would fly into when, okay, that should be done. Let me just check my bank's not on. What do you want? PANW. There we go. We're back. Okay, so yeah, when I fly into the UK, I'd be going through either Liverpool or Manchester. Guys, do you want me to go across to the UK again and go to Bristol, down to Archer's new hub down there, and go down to vertical airspace? That could be a very interesting one. So, one of you guys wanted Nvidia, did you? Portfolio on screen. Yeah, I think that will. I think it has to happen, doesn't it? Now, look, I have 2 portfolios, so I'm going to have to set up a third portfolio. Probably shouldn't be saying that online, but yeah. yeah, we can do a community portfolio. That'd be very interesting. Hello from Singapore. Do smash that like button, my guy. And look, you're here quite a bit, so big shout out. Tesla is on sale. Let's have a look at Tesla at the moment, guys. How do you guys feel the likes of the robotaxi? Oh my god. Okay. Tesla's well under the 400 now. We're down another 1.5%. Let me see what's happening with Tesla at the moment. Did we see that Tesla or Elon Musk came out and said that Tesla and SpaceX will be continuing to buy NVIDIA chips into the future? So it really backs what Jensen has been saying about $1 trillion in revenue and a $50 trillion robotics industry. Apparently Elon has come out and said, hold on to your Tesla stock, is going to be worth it. He's not normally a man for pushing the stock either, so it must be looking good. I can't see anything major with Tesla going on at the moment. I like BYD over Tesla. BYD is actually quite interesting. Myself and the guys were actually speaking about it after eVTOL Weekly, the last day. BYD used to, I haven't looked at it in a while though, it used to trade up and down for a while, but you do get a lot of, what is BYD's ticker? It's like a weird one, isn't it? Mate, can you come back with BYD's ticker, or are you on about Boy Game? And I think you're on about BYD, the car, the Chinese car. I'm nearly certain it's like numbers or BYDDY. Oh, here we go. Hood is on sale. Bought more. Hood. I have a story about Hood. I used to own Hood at 865 and I sold it around 1150, and I am gutted about it. But I got into Rocket Lab. Now, where Hood went, I probably would have made as much on Hood. Hood is down to 72.53. Hood is going to be an absolute juggernaut, guys. I genuinely think these will be taking over people's banks. And now they're going for a social aspect as well. So I invest on eToro because I can't use Robinhood here in Ireland, but when I'm in the UK, I can use Robinhood. And I think that's where I'm going to go with the whole stream. I think we'll be using Robinhood, but let me see this. This keeps falling off me. Robinhood's going down the social aspect. eToro had that social aspect for a while, and some people use it. I don't go near it really. I think X is a lot more exciting than talking on eToro, and you just get clowns and melons thinking they know everything. So you know what? But isn't that the stock market? I feel like half the time I'm arguing with people that are writing back Grok or ChatGPT to me and then claiming to be geniuses. BYD sells batteries for power company storage, a lot of them in USA, similar to Tesla. Let me see what BYD are saying on Gainify. BYDD, why did you say? Okay, so let me switch over to Here we go. So BYD, guys, you're looking at whatever that currency is. I thought they were in yen. Are BYD Chinese, this track? Do let me know. Price to earnings is 23.48. Revenue over the past 3 years has been up 54%, but I just found the chart has been choppy for a long time. Like, let's see over the past. Oh, I could be wrong there. I just felt like the chart was very choppy when I used to be looking in at them. Now, it could have been around this sort of range I was looking at them, but they're not too bad. Yes, Chinese, I won't invest in them. Does anyone invest in EHang? EHang, some people are quite excited about it. BYD is Chinese, might be good, but I don't give Chinese my money. Do you know what? Over in Ireland here, you see a lot of BYDs, and probably shouldn't say this, but when I was over in the UK and we got in a BYD, it is very futuristic like, and I actually don't know. I can see what you're saying in comparison to a Tesla. When you get in one of them, they are really nice. I do like Tesla though. BMNR. Will it be Brooksfield, is it? Or no, have I spelled that wrong? BMNR. Oh, Bitmine. Bitmine Technologies. Market cap of 8.59 billion. What are we? Bitmine Emerging Technologies operates as a blockchain technology company primarily in the United States. Company engages in ETH treasury operations, Bitcoin ecosystem services, including consultant, advisory, and engagements. I'm a man about Bitcoin, you know. I'm not wild about crypto, but if I had to get in, it would be Bitcoin and Ethereum. I used to be in an XRP, but I just thought it was just a strange one to be in. Over the past year, where are we going? $20 at the moment. Do you want that added to the watch list? It's also why I don't invest in Taiwan semiconductors. Chinese will take over one day. Semiconductors was going massive for a while, wasn't it? And then we have the battery technology now. I'm quite excited, if I haven't told you guys, about Amprius. I probably need to add Amprius to the watch list. It just keeps firing forward. Look at this. Ever since earnings, we've just shot up. Now trading around 1932. Price to earnings is 20.77. Let me actually see what the ownership saying. So in the last 3 months, we have got 35.25 million and 4 insiders have sold. We've had no purchases over the last 2 years with insiders. Let me see what the top investors are doing. Top investors are selling off. So do we think we are overextended at this type of range? Flat since October. I'm a stock trader, not a politician. I love that. AMPX added to the watch list. Thanks. Another comparable. Yeah, what do you guys think of EOS? Am I right to say that EOS management are a little bit shaky? That's only something I've heard from passing comments. But look, we're getting the top investors selling over the past while. But again, it just seems to be selling from insiders. We're down to 540 with them. Analysts are saying hold, but look, we take what analysts say with a pinch of salt. But look, we have completely dropped off. But look, hasn't all industries dropped off from their all-time highs at this stage? BYD is like buying Rocket Lab if you like SpaceX. Do you want to buy the technology or the fancy name? That's a really good analogy. I really do like that. BYD are doing bits. Like over here in Ireland, BYD seems to be everywhere. You'd actually see as much BYDs as you would Teslas on the road over here. But I can understand in the likes of the US, you probably don't see that many of them, do you? I watched them, but they have a product for data centers. Data centers seem to be massive. Have you seen Blue Origin and SpaceX are going wild into data centers in space? But then, have you seen Jeff Bezos is on about raising $1 billion? Not 1 billion, 100. Is it 100 billion? Or is it 100? I think it was 100 billion for a massive project. Let me just double check in a second. But it's to buy out manufacturing companies and completely transform them using AI and robotics. Could be interesting, but would you back it? Would you back something Jeff Bezos starts up again? Jeff Bezos loves to be slow and steady, but then when you look at the likes of what he done with Amazon, there's nothing to be look bad. What do we think of Rivian as well? Does anyone invest in Rivian? Amazon's vans. Amazon has a really nice deal with Rivian. Again, I think Rivian Dylan invests in quite heavily. But yeah, like look, over the past 3 years, revenue is up 48%. Everyone's saying it's a hold at the moment. 1820 is the average price target for it. But look, the price to revenue is 2.87. So for every dollar of revenue that they're getting, you're paying 287. That's actually not too bad for where Rivian is. People are buying them in Mexico and bringing them over the border into Texas and Arizona. BYD is taking over Mexico and Canada. I'm telling you, BYD is really big over here in Europe. It's quite big here in Ireland and it's quite big in the UK. I actually was considering buying BYD there about, was it 3 years ago? I had never heard of them. And then all of a sudden, we were getting an influx of ads on the TV for buying BYD. And I didn't know what they were. And then all of a sudden, you just started seeing a massive influx in them. Ford is like $10. Then there's Rivian. Ford just seemed like I don't want to say a failing company, but they just, I don't think they are they being left behind in the times when it comes to electrification? I think they've completely discontinued their approaches to electrification now, haven't they? And they're going just solely down hybrid. What do we think about Toyota? Toyota's another one. I'd be a lot more bullish on the likes of Toyota than I would be on Ford. Now look, I'm a Red Bull racing fan, so they now supply the engine unit for Red Bull, but yeah, I wouldn't be wild on. Foundon Road. What Ford spell? I've never actually heard that said before, but yeah. What are we seeing across the market? Archer Aviation has dropped below the $6 range. We're now at $5.95. But look, we recovered massively yesterday. Let me see where Horizon Aircraft are going. Remember I said that they had heavy resistance at 180? We're back 182, guys. Horizon Aircraft seems to be one of these safest plays which is I didn't think it would happen, but here we are. Let me add Horizon to the watch list. What other like up and coming stocks? BYD is starting an F1 racing company. Are they? Will they let many more on the grid though? There's now 11 with Cadillac there, and I know Audi took over Kickstarter, but will the likes of Williams Racing and that survive if we start getting massive competitors coming in? Let me go back to there we go. So Horizon Aircraft up to 182. Volume's quite low on Horizon Aircraft, as expected though. Like, let me see what their market cap's saying at the moment. I'll tell you what the volume is. The average volume is 870,000. Volume today so far is 47,000. But like, market cap's now 79 million. I'm not wild on micro market caps, but Horizon Aircraft does have a place in my heart. Or on Archer. Joby. Do you like Joby, my guy? Joby are down 960, holding that nice range between that $9.50 and $10. Seems like they're building a nice little foundation there. So their next leg up will be quite nice. Tesla is still selling off, it looks like. We're down to 372.40, down 2%. Redwire sitting quite nicely at 974. I want to see them push past that $10 range and build a nice little base there. Let me see what's happening with Redwire over the past. Okay, if we push past that, it might go quite nicely. Tom Lee is behind BMNR. BYD is starting an F1 racing company. Right, let me actually put a poll up and see something. Nvidia pushing back down. They had a nice earnings. Nvidia. Nvidia down 1.1%. Zeta. Some of you guys seem to be big into Zeta. I had never really looked at Zeta before Sunday, was it? Again, they're down 1.80. We had one of our followers come in and say he was in it for months and he just made, was it 5 cents on what he bought on it? So wild. Ondas is pulling back again. Ondas seems to be a weird one where it just trades up and down for ages and then it just goes boom. Is it to do with the amount of companies they acquire and then they do massive capital raises? This is me speaking off the top of my head. I don't know. I'm not massively up on Ondas holdings. But they seem to be acquiring companies left, right, and center. They seem to be getting partnerships left, right, and center. And that's a thing we need to know. They're a holding company or a holdings company. So there are many companies under one umbrella. Fly has been strong. They had a strong earnings, didn't they? I think we seen last night. So Fly are up 5.4%, 24.21. How do you feel about Firefly? I'm a big Rock Lab investor, but even I have to look across at Firefly and say, look, they're doing nicely. Where were they after hours? They did get all the way to $27. Again, we're going to see it settle somewhere in the middle. Ondas may go down to $8 before it goes back to 15. I agree. I over the next while, I could see a push up towards $20, but I think we need to make that base there. And yeah, around that 850 range. Ondas is now partnered with Palantir. I seen that last week, and Ondas went down. It's a bit like Archer. When Archer partnered with Nvidia, Archer went down. But I think Archer is just burning the bridge now that I think everyone just thinks that everything's PR. So even when great news comes out, very few are jumping in to actually buy the stock. But look, when puzzle pieces come together, I feel like everything will start getting priced back in. Bitcoin, for anyone that's interested in Bitcoin, it is quite flat today. 0.6%. Iron, you wanted iron up here. Iron's 0.26%. We're sitting at 41.57. At Hustle, do you think we're set up for an everything rally? My catalysts are rate cut cycle, big beautiful bill policies, money printed by the Fed, 7 trillion on the sidelines, say 2 to 3 billion goes into. Are we set up for catalysts? We're in the middle of conflict that we don't know is going to end anytime soon. And I know Trump keeps saying that it'll be over pretty quickly, but we've seen what happened in Iraq. And I know it was a different administration. We've seen what happened in Iraq. We've seen what happened in Afghanistan. I don't know. History tells me that this is not going to be as smooth as we're hoping. Now, saying that, remember when Ukraine and Russia kicked off, everyone thought it was going to be the end of the world. And then I feel like the market always overextends, it always over panics. And I feel like at the moment, yes, we're being hit by the surge in oil prices, which again, yes, will bring the price of everything. But I think we'll settle out even if this conflict continues. So, rate cuts. How many rate cuts do you think we'll get this year? I think the average analysts are saying 1 rate cut for the year, aren't they? I don't know. Guys, do let us know. MicroStrategy is looking good. Is Micro still selling off? Let me have a look. I'm liking SMR at these prices, pre-revenue nuclear play. I actually think nuclear could be a really nice play. But I think it's that whole facade around nuclear, isn't it? Do you want me to add SMR to the watch list? We can do that for you, my guy. NewScale Power Corporation, 1184. Where have we been? Oh no. Okay. So we're basically following the rest of the stock market. Oh no. We've had a massive set off. All-time highs back in October, $57. All the way down to 1187. Could be a nice play. You seem to have A little bit of resistance down at 7. I think if you break this range, it could be a long day. It could be a long day. 1% Fed rate cut in May from the new Fed chief. Do you think that Trump will have massive power over the Fed rate? He seems to be calling Jerome Powell Mr. Too Late, but rate hike is possible if conflict drags on. And that was the thing. When Jerome spoke, I think I could have wrote the speech. We're looking at the data. Inflation. The conflict. Oil prices. That was always going to be a pause, wasn't it? But I don't know. What I just find wild is the amount of debt that the US are in, and it just keeps printing. I just find what is money? Like, it is insane, isn't it? The guy is getting the job due to Trump wanting a big Fed rate interest rate cut. Simple one. The problem is Trump wants it, but I think Trump will say anything in another way just to have a rattle, won't he? Will he want a massive rate cut? Could send the markets flying for a while, but you don't want to do anything too silly because you'll end up in a recession. We should all invest in SCHD and just forget about it. What is SCHD? Oh, Schwab. It's a long-term hold estimate. It needs to 4x from where it is now. Does it? Yeah. To get back to all-time highs. Yeah, I think it is going to be a long-term hold, my guy. Unfortunately, if you've bought in anywhere around this range, you're feeling a lot of pain right now. Christian, good morning. Good morning, my guy. You're always here to every one of my streams. So I want to thank you for that. Do smash the like button as soon as you get into the stream. Do let me know, what would you like to happen in these market open streams? It's going to be very, very clunky for the first while, and it's a bit uncomfortable because I don't have a portfolio to actually be playing around with live on air here, but hopefully Monday I will have a portfolio ready. What do we say? Oh yeah, I was going to run a poll, wasn't I? What do you want us to start with? Right. Right. Do vote in that poll. It's a portfolio question. How much do you want us to start with? 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000? And we'll get that all set up for Monday. Have you noticed much of the traditional stocks you've shown are up and down? Hoping the electric air companies do a rocket lab and go vertical, maybe a time compounder. I think the difference is, like, I speak about Rocket Lab a lot when I'm speaking about Archer and Joby and Beta Horizon Aircraft. But the difference with Rocket Lab, they were always revenue generating. So I think the likes of Archer and Joby are just that little bit further behind. where I bought in Rocket Lab at. So I wouldn't like to do a direct comparison in it. Archer down 1.5%, 592 at the moment. Joby is 0.83% down, 961. Wait a minute, I'm in the 4-hour range. They just seem to have been building a very nice base over the past while. Look at that. That is beautiful. Austin, Texas. We love it. Yeah, like Schwab too may add to the retirement account good dividends. You guys are wild about the dividends, aren't you? I said the last day, it's like a rite of passage, isn't it? And it really depends on where you are in your investing journey. Like where I am, if I just sold out my Rocket Lab now and went straight into dividends, I'd live comfortably and I could just potter around the farm and do the odd bit of work and I'd live comfortably. But I'm a greedy man. I think most of us investors are greedy and I just need to push my portfolio to the next level. And I think that'll be the nice thing about this whole community journey that we're going to do with the portfolio. I think we can show not only the wins, but we can show the mistakes along the way. So maybe people won't have to make the mistakes if they see what can happen in the journey. I think rite of passage in investing when you're first starting off is you always have to experience a big loss, come back to investing, because you always need to have doubted yourself that much that you actually contemplate walking away from investing. I really believe that, and it'll make you a better investor, a sharper investor, will do your due diligence, not just jump into anything. I think you need to go for a rite of passage, get greedy, go through leverage at some stage, show yourself that leverage looks good in theory, and then in reality, when you haven't a clue what you're doing, it's the quickest way to lose money. Then I think dividend investing. Now, depending on where you are in your journey in investing, if you're at the stage where you're maturing out your portfolio, dividends, an absolute solid bet. But I've seen a lot of accounts recently on X, and it's like 22, 23-year-olds, and they're gone wild on dividend investing. And each to their own. But depending how much money they have, like, I wouldn't be going putting my community account all in dividend investing. Number one, it'll be boring for you guys to watch. Number two, we're going to go nowhere quickly, are we? Look, it's not all about speed either, is it? So, at the moment, guys, do jump in. We have 10 votes at the moment. 20% are saying 1K, 30% are saying 2K, 30% are saying 5K, and 20% are saying 10K. The 20% saying 10K just probably want me to lose a lot of money live. Look, I'm willing to do a community portfolio, but I'm not going to do something absolutely stupid just because someone has said it in a chat. I'm not an idiot. Zeta, again, we're down 163. We had one of our followers that was in Zeta and couldn't get out for a long time. Ondas, are we stabilizing here? There seems to be a level of resistance around this level. Are we going to see a bounce back? I honestly believe we may settle somewhere in the middle there. Surf Air Mobility is worth a look. It's another one down 90% from IPO. Surf Air Mobility, I don't know how I feel about it. I need to do a bit of research. They're going through a phase with the company at the moment that they want to go through electrification and hybridization. But I don't know. They're going to have to purchase an awful lot of vehicles, aren't they? Yeah. What's the IPO at? Could be a long day. They're actually based out of Hawthorne. So it could be an interesting one to see if Archer ever partner with them. But then saying that, Archer have an airport in Hawthorne, but their manufacturing facility is in Georgia. So I don't know. But yeah, down to 138. What's their market cap saying? I think I looked at this the last day. Surf is 137. $105 million market cap. I would be a lot more confident going for Horizon Aircraft. I'm not gonna lie. Surf Air Mobility, I think, Surf Air Mobility would benefit from the Cavra X7 because it's regional travel. So the Cavra X7, or could we ever see a contract between Surf Air Mobility and Horizon Aircraft? We've seen they put in firm orders with Beta Technologies for 25 aircraft, option to add 75 more. Yeah, they are buying Beta planes. They're buying the eVTOL version, the conventional takeoff and landing version. Yeah, it could be an interesting one. Archer will be good for farming. I'm telling you, Archer will be wild for quite a few use cases. We spoke about that last night, that why don't we hear more about the different use case when it comes to Archer and Joby. But at the same time, Archer and Joby, I think they're so focused on that commercial side. I think Archer are pushing more for that defensive side now. But you can say that you have use cases for everything. But at the same time, if you're not able to fulfill orders, there's no point really pushing it, is there? Lunar, Intuitive Machines, projecting 1 billion in revenue this year. Do you want me to add Lunar to Lunar's actually up an awful lot from where I originally followed it. For any of you guys that don't know, they have had 2 landing vehicles that were sent to the moon. Now, unfortunately, the landing legs haven't been great. The first one tipped over and couldn't communicate back, and the second one gave a faint signal back. Scott Invest, you invested in Lunar? Do let me know. We'll add Lunar to the watch list. Sold Planet this morning. Planet flew up, didn't it? I should have bought Planet. I say I should have bought Planet when I was buying Rocket Lab because I was going to add, I was trying to diversify out my space positions and Planet at the time. But look, how big can it get? I'm thinking. And we're a black sky at the moment. Now, Planet Labs are observational satellites. So the likes of your deforestation, the likes of your geo mapping, etc. Planet Labs are focusing on. But they smashed earnings. They're up 28%. So that is a great little win for, great big win for Christian. Christian's been in Planet for a while, if I remember. Add ADMA. Who are ADMA? Damn. What did these guys do? Let me have a look. Okay, so they're a 3.67 billion market cap. Price to earnings is 15.57. They're a biotechnology company, biopharmaceutical, develops, manufactures, and markets special plasma-derived biologics for treatment of immune deficiency and infectious disease in the United States and internationally. The company offers Bivigam, an intravenous immunoglobulin product indicated for treatment of primary. They're all big words. I'm an animal scientist by trade, but these are massive words, you know. The only thing that worries me with any of these pharmaceuticals, I think if they ever have any massive breakthroughs, they just get acquired by the likes of J&J, Pfizer. Do you get what I mean? But look, if you want us to cover it, we can. ATAI, what are they? 1.23 billion market cap company. They're a biopharmaceutical. So are you big into the biopharmaceuticals? And their commercialization of mental health treatments in the US. Okay. So is that a mental health drug, an antidepressant drug? Says that? Do let me know. Right. Beta. We have added beta, my guy. Wish I had the inside scoop on Surf Air Mobility. Do you know what? We can try and get an interview with Surf Air Mobility if that's something you'd really like. Rotated out of Rocket Lab into Lunar at $8. You have made an absolute bank there, my guy. I'm impressed with that. Are you going back into Rocket Lab by any chance? Oh no, you still have some Rocket Lab. Yeah, I think Rocket Lab is set to go. I think all these are now set to go for the SpaceX IPO. And then, look, end of the year, hopefully we'll get a successful Neutron launch. But look, Rocket Lab did get a contract, 190 million contract with the Department of War for 20 HASTE missions, hypersonic accelerator suborbital test electron. So that's their hypersonic rocket. IonQ is on sale, but I bet it goes to 29. Let's have a look at IonQ. IonQ I'm interested in. I don't know a pile about it, but I think quantum is the way to go. 3140. Let me have a look so I can see what. Yeah, I can see you're looking at. Yeah, potentially it'll go down $29, $30. But look, again, if you're not happy with your position, guys, $1 is not going to make a difference in 5 years' time, as long as you believe in the company. Plasma treatment, if you like pharma, yep, I understand. Those are my two positions only. Yeah, antidepressant. Okay, so they're your only two positions. Let's add them to our watch list then. And we'll follow them. What were they? ADMA. And then we add. Guys, are any of you into the pharmaceuticals. I genuinely think that J&J and Pfizer and them just buy out any of the companies that come up with the next level drugs. Black Sky is solid. Are you in Black Sky, Christian? I know you said you sold out of Planet Labs, but you're still in Black Sky. Black Sky is now 27.31. Am I still on the correct understanding that Black Sky is a better version of Planet Labs? I feel like Black Sky are a lot more business focused, aren't they? Well, saying that, Planet Labs did smash earnings, so I can't say anything bad about them, but I just thought they were very, I don't know, environmentally focused. You get what I mean? I'm not against the environment, but we're in this to make money, guys. So currently adding on SoFi. SoFi we need to add to the watch list because we need to keep an eye on SoFi. 1687. Guys, it wasn't long ago this was trading $23 or so, wasn't it? I probably need to get out of the 15-minute range, but yeah, it wasn't long ago these were trading around $23. I think SoFi is going to be a slow and steady, but I think it's going to be an absolute juggernaut. What do you guys think of Nubank? Nubank is a South American bank, but they're another fintech play. Do you know who's quite big on Nubank is Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has quite a big position in Nubank. But I do think Nubank is going to push forward. Allegedly, they have one of the best fintech products in the world. So have any of you seen Nubank in use? Do let me know. Make sure you all give a like. Yeah, do smash that like button, guys. And also smash that subscribe button. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button. It really does help us out, helps us grow. But smashing the like button actually gets more people in here. We get to learn a little bit more. My SoFi average is 21.12. I'm not in SoFi. I remember at the time when I was investing in Robinhood, there was a big battle between which was going to take off first, Robinhood or SoFi. But I think they're just two different products, aren't they? One was a brokerage and the other was a fintech play. And I feel like Robinhood is now expanding out, but I still think SoFi is a wild one. I think it's going to do well. I own Nubank. And yes, Nubank is a good play, but I'm not in it. 1,000 shares. Buffett exited his position this year. So he exited Nubank completely, did he? Shows you the last time I looked at... No, I actually did look at Buffett's position a while back. I seen that he bought Chevron. He loaded up on Chevron before this conflict kicked off. And I thought, oh, what's he know? He knew something was going on. SoFi is playing catch up, but I think they will catch up. I think they will push forward quite nicely. Then going across, NVIDIA down 1.57%. Let's go from the top. The S&P has been pushing down today, but look, are we going to get a little bit of a recovery? 601.50, we're down another 0.87%. Someone told me yesterday that we're coming close to finishing below the 200-day moving average. Now, I could put that up on screen, but I'll have to work out how to do it on TradingView. Ondas holdings. So we are holding that level at 10.18. Are we going to drop below this? It could be a long day if we start dropping below that level. But look, as our friend said earlier, we could see Ondas dropping to $8, $8.50 before we see a push up to $15. I'm projecting a $20 type of range for 12 months or so. I'm keeping my Tesla. We're Tesla today. Tesla's a steal today, guys. look, we seem to be bouncing there, but look, we still could go down. This might just be a retracement as we continue down. But 372.39 down 2.1%. Guys, if you are not happy with your Tesla position, this is an ideal opportunity. We're well under that $400 range now. If you have any respect for Cathie Wood, she is projecting this to run immensely over the next 5 years. So Tesla, don't sleep on them. Have you seen the even the solar play that they're doing now? They're rolling out solar. Look, you can see what's happening there. XAI, SpaceX, Tesla, all going to amalgamate eventually. You can just see it, can't you? And then Elon has full control, really. So if you're an Elon backer, this is an absolute steal at the moment where Tesla's going to be. And look, you heard Jensen Huang say it, that robotics is going to be a $50 trillion industry. So, yeah, I wouldn't sleep on it. Where do you see beta by the end of 2027 in 2 years? I have my own thoughts. I'll give you a solid answer on beta once the lockup period or the lock-in period is over. Have I added beta to the watch list? I've added it to the other one, but I haven't added it to this. So beta are currently down another 3.61%. You done well to get out of beta and the time you did, my guy. But I think we're in for a lot more pain with beta. Lock-in period ends in May, and I think we're going to get an insane sell-off then. What is the market cap of beta at the moment? Because it wouldn't surprise me if we drop below Archer's market cap once the lock-in period ends. For any of you guys that don't know, anyone that got in on IPO price cannot sell their shares until then. 3.62 billion market cap. I like what beta are doing, but I just think it's very early doors as a public company to give a true prediction in 2 years where the price can be. Like, if you go off history alone, just look where IPOs go and do they recover within the 2 years once they start dropping off drastically? Not particularly. QXO is something you might want to watch. It's run by Brad Jacob, and he's acquiring all building material companies and not under the same umbrella. They have storefronts. Let me have a look at them. QXO. We are talking Silver Sun. Is that? QXO distributes roofing, waterproofing, and other building products in the United States. Offers asphalt, metal roofing, wood roofing, tile roofing. So it's all roofing. It's currently rated a buy at the moment. 14.37 billion market cap. What is their revenue saying? $6.842 billion in revenue. They're coming close to profitability, are they? Could be an interesting one. I don't know if that excites me though. Building materials. I don't know. Yeah, holding Tesla long may add more if it goes below $300. If it goes below $300, I remember myself and Ray saying this long ago. We had an opportunity to buy Tesla in the $100 range. And look, many of you have had many opportunities to buy Tesla even cheaper than that, but we'd always say on earnings when it sells off, we're going to completely double down. And we always end up kicking ourselves. So if it goes below $300, but again, what's the difference between 300 and 350 if in 5 years' time we've 5x'd? So if you're happy with your position, yeah, I agree with you. Under that $300 if you want to overexpose yourselves, but if you're not happy, I'll just keep adding. Not me. And Home Depot. Many people are wild about Home Depot, aren't they? They'll compete with Lowe's, AMD. Yes, he's going to acquire more this year. Wait till the housing market rebounds. Housing market is a little bit wild. I think Trump's meant to be doing quite well for housing, though, isn't he? Didn't he extend your mortgages to like 50 years or so? I can't remember how long he said, but it was meant to be a long time, wasn't it? Guys, do smash that like button if you haven't. Let me double check what the poll's saying. So at the moment, if you haven't answered in the poll, do jump in. We have 18% saying start at 1K, 27% saying start at 2K, 36% saying start at 5K, and 18% saying start at 10K. So at the moment, it's looking like we're starting the portfolio at $5,000. Tesla is the #1 company in energy. I'm bullish mostly off their energy platform, and the car is just a bonus. Their energy output is meant to be insane. Isn't it the output they're going pushing out is enough to run the whole of the US in 5 years? So they output a fifth of the US's energy per year. But am I right to say that a lot of that is going to be going to SpaceX for their data centers in space? Anyone doesn't know, SpaceX are planning on doing a moon base, and it's quite cool to launch the satellites. They're going to build the satellites out on the moon, and then to launch these satellites, they're going to basically use like a railroad with magnets on it and speed it up to exit velocity and put it up a ramp, and it'll go out orbiting the moon. But anyone that doesn't know as well, solar panels are 10 times more efficient in space because there's no atmosphere. And again, they're not as expensive to produce for space because you don't need the weatherproofing casing. No, he was talking about it, but won't. Oh, okay. AI stated that Anduril went from 1 billion market cap in 2020 to 30 billion in 2025. I want an Anduril type of stock, and that's why I'm buying it. I'm trying beta. But Anduril and beta do something completely different to each other, my guy. But yeah, Anduril, I remember when Anduril crossed the $20 billion range, and they were saying they might IPO at 20 billion, but yes, they're now at 30 billion. Anduril will IPO later this year, and we just know so many people that want to jump into Anduril as soon as we IPO. That is one IPO I probably could jump on board with, just because I want to be in Anduril. Are any of you into Kratos? That was one I missed. Francisco did tell me to get into Kratos. It was about $29 at the time. It ran all the way to 132, and I think we're in the $90 range right now. So it did 3x, but maybe an idiot didn't jump in quick enough. And I know it's going to happen with Horizon Aircraft too. I keep saying I'm going to buy more, but I keep being left behind. Horizon Aircraft dropped below that 180. Look, I think that's going to act as a ceiling now. I could be wrong, but 180 was resistance for so long. We seem to have dropped below that yesterday, and we never finished past it. But we'll see. We'll get a truer picture by the end of the week where we're going to sit with Horizon Aircraft. I think we're in for a lot more pain if we don't end the week in the $180 range. I miss Kratos. Yeah, I miss Kratos massively. When GE invested 300 million into Beta, the market cap was 6 billion at the time. Lunar, it's recovering a little bit, but again, we're still up 4.49%. Intuitive Machines did do well, and so did Planet Labs. Did I add Planet Labs to the portfolio? Let me see here. So Planet Labs is still pushing further, now up 32% and climbing. Guys, do let me know, is anyone in Planet Labs still? Anyone buying silver? Loads of you guys have been very interested in silver over gold, haven't you? I don't buy silver, I don't buy gold, and I don't know, maybe I should protect my portfolio a little bit, but no, I never do. Are you in silver, Claude? Or Steve, is that your name, Steve? Are you in silver, my guy? Do let me know. Right. Any other stocks you want us to look at? So Beta's down 2.47%, Adama down 1.07%, ATEI down 0.42%. We have Tesla down 1.93%, Nvidia 1.63%. PANW down 2.87%, Redwire down 0.93%, Joby just sitting above that 950 range, down 1.55%. Archer seems to be pushing down again, 592, down 150 or 1.50. Unusual Machines after that dilution down 13.12%. Iron up 0.53, so sitting quite flat. Same with Zeta, sitting quite flat, down 0.4%. Ondas down 4.47%, and then the S&P itself is down 0.83. Yes, sir, I only have 18 ounces, but I want to buy more. Let me see what's happening throughout the market today. I'm actually going to use X because X is quite a nice little source of information. We do get there's some nice people on X that share a nice bit of information. For any of you guys that are interested in Archer Aviation, Dylan has just shared that Tosha Perkins will now serve as senior advisor starting the 17th of April, transitioning from her role as chief administration officer in Archer Aviation. Do you want us to cover the launch of Synspective today by Rocket Lab? It is on at 2:10. Oh no, it's not. It's on. Is that? Yeah, so it's at 6:10 for me. So yeah, I think it's 2:10 for you guys. We could cover the launch of Rocket Lab's Electron rocket today. Planet Lab still pushing up. What else have we got going on? Black Sky, we've people calling that there's a cup and handle happening right now at 28.10. We know that Christian's into Black Sky. What else have we got going on across the market? Just into suspected Iranian spies. What else happened there? 2 suspected Iranian spies arrested trying to enter the UK nuclear submarine base. That is wild. How do we think it's going in Iran at the moment? ASTS have just hired a chief of AI and autonomy, guys. Confirms commercial ramp is close enough that autonomous network management now matters. Congratulations, Dylan. I didn't realize Dylan worked for Archer. Dylan doesn't work for Archer, my guy. He just covers them very, very closely. Deep dive, Dylan. Yes. And he appreciates being called Deep Dive Dylan. So keep that up. We need entry points and exit points, just expected estimates based on specific Okay. For beta technologies, is that? It's like, I'm not even being difficult. It is just extremely hard to say until we get that lock-in period over, because we just don't know the sentiment behind beta. We don't know the motive behind anyone that bought them on IPO. And look, it's not only anyone that bought them on IPO, but any of them private investors that have got in for $1, $2 have ran their money up already. So they'll be looking to exit. Like, Cathy Wood provides her estimate stocks prices 5 years out. I'm no Cathy Wood though, my guy. I can give you a random price target for beta technologies, but it'll be no good to you because it'll be based on nothing. And that's not being difficult. Planet Labs is up over 30%. Lunar is up over 6% and back over $20, some people have been saying. Amazon are developing a new mobile phone. Are any of you invested in Amazon? And would you buy an Amazon phone? Did anyone see that Supermicro got caught? That they got caught bringing in NVIDIA chips, wasn't it? 2.5 billion worth of NVIDIA chips. Joby has a new video coming out tonight at 6 p.m. That's what I'm looking forward to today. Will we cover that live, guys? Joby's video coming out today. Yes, invested, and you maybe would buy the phone. I don't know. Would I buy an Amazon phone? Any of you guys use their, what are they now? It's not Project Kuiper anymore. It's I forget the name of it. But do any of you use it? Apple iPhone? Yeah, I use an iPhone. And it's not even that. That's how strong the brand is as well, isn't it? It's not even the iPhone is like, it's Leo. Yeah, it's not even the iPhone is like my favorite phone out there. It's just, I don't know, it's just ease of using. Ondas just released revised preliminary 2025 results today, updating. Okay, so revenues unchanged at 29.1 million to 30.1 million. So that'll be a beat because they were expecting 27 to 29 million. And it's a 7x growth.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
From last year. Net loss seems to have missed, and it'll be 53 million. The expected was 50.4 to 50.9. Adjusted EBITDA loss of 9.4 million to 9.9 million over the quarter, and a loss of 31 to 31.5 million over the full year. The cash is strong though at 1.5 billion. Is that why Ondas is selling off today? I quit buying from Amazon. They kept charging me for Prime when I did not order it. They auto charge you if you do a buy now. Do you know one thing about Prime? This was over 10 years ago now. When I was going to college, you got a deal with Amazon Prime as a student, and then it's just rolled on since then. It's just kept going. So yeah, I took my card off Amazon for same thing. So Prime seems to be bothering people right now. But I invest in them because they are a cloud provider. That's where the money is. I think Google is a slept-on play at the moment in the Magnificent Seven. Yes, they have ran up, but I think they're going to run up even bigger. Where are they? 301 at the moment. I'm not incredibly bullish on the likes of Waymo, but I think Gemini will come on leaps and bounds. They have all our data anyway. You're watching on YouTube at the moment, so of course they have your data. But Google just dominate web search, and the fact that they have everyone's data. They have our locations on Google Maps, on our phones, the app stores. So I just think Google is massively slept on, especially in the AI aspect. And it answers Bezos' statement that he expects his company to eventually go out of business since the newer manager rip off customers to look good. That comes back to affect sales years later. Amazon won't go out of business. No. Yeah, super microcomputers is a shambles. Exporting chips to China is a no. Yeah, they've completely capitulated, haven't they? Down 28%. And it could get worse. They're at 22.16 at the moment. Oh, that's a lot of pain. Anyone invested in SMCI, do let me know. But yeah, that's going to be a long day. Trust me. That seems to be going around everywhere at the moment. Ondas has participated in the 150 million UMAC offering announced yesterday. That means if you now own Ondas, you own some UMAC too. So Ondas have now bought up some of the shares of UMAC. I'm actually going to reshare that because that's interesting. Kratos. I need to. Amazon have now acquired an autonomous delivery robot startup, RiverTech. It's a Zurich-based company for autonomous robots. It was previously valued at 110 million in a funding round from August 24. Did any of you guys know that Amazon have just acquired RiverTech and they're an autonomous robot for delivery, food delivery, it looks like, because Just Eat are on the back of them. Super Micro looking rotten. Oh, this is what we were speaking about earlier. Nvidia is set to sell 1 million chips to Amazon by the end of 2027 in the new cloud deal. That is what we're thinking. I have it in my ROF. That is unlucky, my guy. MSOS for when they make cannabis legal. I'm not wild about it, you know. Some of you guys are massive on it becoming legal. Are you investing in Tilray? It doesn't appeal to me at all. I know some of you guys are wild about it, but you seem to be holding 380. You start bouncing around there at the moment, 0.52%. But I'm not wild about it. MSO is so that's the ETF of the lot of them. Oh, okay. That is probably a safer bet if you're going down that whole cannabis route, but I'm not particularly involved in it. eVTOLs are practically free when they plug into a nuke power plant. They're not going to get their energy for free, mate. The nuke power plant have to make money somehow. Amazon owns 5% of Beta. They do, my guy. Would you like to see them up their position in it, or how do you feel about it? Guys, do smash that like button. If you are new here, also smash that subscribe button. It really helps us out in the algorithm. And you know what? it really motivates me too. The more likes we get, the more motivation I get, the more likely I am to do new projects like this. Do you like having a market open stream? Do let me know. I will at some stage have to go and get a drink though. Right. Let me have a look at this. Right, we're at 11 likes, guys. Do push that up that little bit higher. Then, what else we got going on at the moment? Like everywhere is Ondas. I'm telling you, Ondas is all over X at the moment. Do you know Polymarket actually do share quite a bit of news? I know I'm not wild on what Polymarket does, but for anyone that's interested, the odds of no rate cut this year have now soared up to 35%. Hustle, have you heard the Medallion Fund? I've heard of it, but I don't invest in it. What's everyone's current favorite dividend stock? You guys are wild about dividends, aren't you? What is your favorite dividend stock? Do let me know. Some of the guys yesterday were calling out some very high dividend stocks, and I would be very surprised if some of them are paying out the dividends. What else have we got going on today? Planet Labs smashing the all-time high. We've spoken about NVIDIA, Planet Lab. Okay. So the reason Planet Labs is up, the government are actually seeking access to their satellite information. Does anyone want to know Elon's recent average purchase price for Tesla? This will make people very, very excited. Anyone that's not in Tesla or not happy with their position in Tesla. He bought in for 389.28. So guys, if you're not happy about Tesla, do jump in. Schwab LNC has a 5.3%. OKE and NUE. He was a mathematician. Let me have a look at Scott's. OKE. $91.37 seems to be ticking on quite nicely there, doesn't it? Where are we over the year? Let me double check. So it's up 3% over the day. Over the past 5 days, we're up 7%. And then over the past month, we're up 4.67. Over the past 6 months, 27.76. And that's a dividend play. You're making bank, my guy. Scott Invest, well done on that. And then NUE is Nuclear Corporation. Down 135% over the past 5 days, down 2.27 over the past month, down 11. But over the past 6 months, again, 1987. And over the past year, up 23.37. How long have you been in these for, Scott? 6% dividend. Is that highs right now? Highs will become lows one day, guys. Then let's jump across Oh, I hate things like this. Yeah, someone's put up, if you had bought 10,000 worth of Tesla in 2021, you'd have 10,000 today. I don't care. Yeah. Some people just love put negativity out there. And I think sometimes it's because they're just jealous that they haven't got in. Because I'm not being funny, any of these Tesla investors, I'd say the majority of you guys have made money in Tesla. So taking the mick out of someone that bought it years ago, I don't know. I'm not about that. What do you think of Meta? Meta are discontinuing the metaverse. Remember, Mark Zuckerberg came out and was speaking about the metaverse with the AI goggles. I actually have a pair over there. But yeah, this metaverse where you're going to jump in, you're going to meet your friends, etc. Yeah, well, metaverse is no more. They've spent $80 billion on it and it's going down the drain. Meta year to date seem to be down 8.5%, so they're not doing too bad considering what's happening with America at the moment. Yeah, it seems to be everywhere that Ondas have bought into UMAC. Then let's get back to what we were at. So VU seems to still be falling down another 0.86% over the day. Archer makes me want to scream. It's pushing 52-week low. Look, I've been saying this for a while. $6 was heavy resistance, and if we drop below that, I'd be very careful. It makes me wonder, guys. Do people keep DCAing down, or are they just waiting for a stabilization now? Like, we are in a massive downtrend. So until we break that downtrend, I don't see it. And we've been talking about the catalysts for Archer that are coming up, and that we thought EIPP would help elevate the stock, and it seems to have done nothing. Yes, the conflict hasn't helped, and I do think it's being suppressed by the conflict, but I think the conflict helps Archer Aviation more than it helps Joby, because Archer have Archer Defense. Yes, Joby have the L3 Harris partnership, but I just don't think they want to go into them deep waters when it comes to defense. They're a much lighter aircraft, and I think Joby are more focused on commercialization. They want to dominate, saturate that market out. Where Archer should, happy's not the right word, but is more of an opportunity for Archer during times of conflict, because they can get the contracts with the Department of War. Now, the problem is it's out of Archer's control completely when these contracts happen, because it's Anduril that are going bidding on these. And Anduril aren't necessarily going all guns blazing for a midnight partnership or a midnight contract at the moment. They have much bigger contracts they're looking to get over the line with the Department of War at times like these. So is it going to take a back foot for a while? Probably will. Surf Air Mobility is 20% owned by Palantir. It is, but I wouldn't let that be the only thing that would make you invest in Surf, because Palantir were also very heavily connected with lithium, and they're working with Beta. It's a lease. Surfer Mobility Air seem to be making moves lately, but again, I don't know. I don't know how bullish I am on that regional operating. They just seem to be like an operator. Like, I wouldn't really invest in an airline company. Like, I wouldn't invest in United Airlines, etc. Solid businesses, but I just wouldn't invest in them. In Archer we believe, and in Adam we trust. And I know that'll rattle some people. But look, in Joby we believe, and in Joben we trust. So, yeah. Forgot to mention earlier that Peter Thiel is a large investor in ATAI. Is he? That's interesting. Many of you invest in Palantir. Palantir just seems to be doing bits, and they just seem to be getting contracts with absolutely everyone now. What are Palantir saying? Down 2.43%, but look, 151.83. I've seen price targets go over the $200 range now for Palantir. How do you feel about Palantir? Are they? Yeah, like they're just flying up. Palantir is another I have, and it's freaking flat. I wouldn't worry about Palantir too much. That is extremely healthy. That'll just keep pushing forward. I have no doubt in my mind that Palantir is a nice little safe play. We're still in extreme fear across the market. But look, is that when you go into bear markets when everyone is, or into recessions when everyone is claiming that we're going to be going into one? I don't know. I'm not too confident. I think exactly what Trump says. I think this is going to be short-term lived, and I think we're going to come back stronger than ever. Breaking news: US deploying 2,500 more Marines and 3 additional warships to the Middle East. So conflict is escalating, guys. That is just in 17 minutes ago. We know, was there 2,500 already there? There's 2,500 more going there, and 3 additional warships going to the Middle East. So is that why we're seeing the S&P push down even more, 0.85%? I mean, fly. Brings up the question, what makes a great company? Specifics to help identify the likely losers and winners. Well, what makes a great company is, number one, is the management. Enjoy what the management say, and it's something you can get on board and believe and see what the projections are and identify whether the company seems to be achieving this as we're going forward. Look at the balance sheet. Look at how much cash is on board. Look at the operating costs. How long has the company left in business if it is one of these pre-revenue plays? What's the share count looking like? Are they diluting left, right, and center? Will it take you 27 Sundays to get your money just to break even? Then, look, is the company profitable? Profitability and the plans to push forward is the biggest driver of your stock price. And then, what contracts are likely to come around? It's not only what contracts that are being achieved, but this is when we're Archer Aviation, we need to start looking what type of contracts can they fulfill. It's like when we're saying about Surf Air Mobility. They've done a firm order. So why aren't Archer getting firm orders? Where can they get firm orders from? The Pentagon wants another 200 billion for the Iran conflict. I've seen that. And look, 80 billion could have came from Meta, because Meta just put it down the toilet when it came to the metaverse. But yeah, they are looking for an additional 200 billion. You're in Firefly. Where's they sitting now? They were up 5%, weren't they? Okay, so they're falling down a little bit at the moment, but they're still up 1.31%. While Saddle, I have also loaded the boat on Fly, but decided for Beta. So are you still in Fly, While Saddle? I almost invested in Fly, but chose Beta. Oil is now a 98. Market sell-off. Interest rates are up. What's enough of 200 billion? That's what I mean. Like, what is money at this stage? It seems to be about growth. That's what the hyper companies seem to share. Fly had a successful launch, right? I haven't been keeping up with Fly. I thought it was a successful landing on the moon, was it? I live next to Firefly, so that's why I bought into them. And that's one of the best things, wasn't it? Peter Lynch said that when you can see a product and you like a product, you can get behind a product. That's the best ones to invest in. And at least then you can try and get boots on the ground, get a feel about what it's like to work at Firefly. Christian, you got lucky. What, lucky to be living beside them? Mate, I'm feeling the tiredness because I was streaming last night. Didn't been on the phone this morning and now streaming again. Breaking news. Tesla's Terafab AI chip factory launches tomorrow. Ooh. Breaking news. 960 billion has been wiped out from gold and silver in just 60 minutes. Gold is down 2.5%, which wiped out 800 billion, and silver is down 4.5%, which wiped out 160 billion. Guys, we were speaking about it earlier. Anyone in gold and silver at the moment? It normally safens up your portfolio, but I don't know why I like to stick to my stocks at the moment. Now, look, should I be jumping into a Horizon aircraft in my own portfolio today? Where's Horizon sitting? Look, I'm telling you, Horizon. There's something about Horizon, yeah. It seems to be like non-impacted by anything that goes on. It seems to be the retail investor just holds Horizon up where it is. This $180 range seems to be where it wants to go. The only problem is we broke 180 yesterday and we never got past it. We're waiting to see will 180 be recovered by the end of the week. If we don't end at 180, I think we're going down. But as I said, anything below this 180 range is a buy right now. And I think when we get that $5,000 portfolio set up, look, I think we're going to have to go heavy in Horizon aircraft. And that way we can start trying to move this portfolio quickly. My physical silver average cost is $27. You should start your own fund index with these picks, the Hustle Brothers Index. So we're going to create our own portfolio, and it might be fun to follow along. But again, it's not financial advice. But as a community, I think we're going to be able to steer this nicely. It's going to be a little bit different to what you're used to on opening bell shows. Them guys do a great job on what they're doing, but we're going to do something quite different. This is very clunky at the moment. I'm just getting used to running these type of streams. But you guys help out. I'm trying to get used to all the software too, because look, I run streams. I run eVTOL streams all the time. But this is completely different than what I'm used to. I'm used to creating videos. So doing a stock market stream, it's a little bit different. I will get used to it. But thank you for coming along the journey. And do smash that like button. It really helps us out. 29% are now saying 10K. Mate. 10K into a community portfolio. Does someone want to throw 5K for me then? Because what I'm afraid of is I'll put 10K into it, yeah? Some clown will try and troll me and build me with fake confidence. Put me into a city play. And next thing, that's 10K down the drain. And I'm not willing to just throw 10K at a little project. Well, it's not a little project. This is probably a significant project for the channel, but 10K is a bit extreme, isn't it? Don't you get out of touch with any of the new investors? Because if we start going into some of these speculative plays like Horizon Aircraft and we do get a run, we're going to start running quickly. And next thing, we're completely where I said yesterday, where you're starting to make some nice money for the people. Bought some New Horizon just now. Are you a big investor in New Horizon this track? Or is this your first few buys into it? Horizon Aircraft is getting quite popular, and it's very popular in the retail investment base. I did make a video on the top 5 holders. Now, I know Canso have warrants as well, but I think people get a little bit upset with me when I say retail is holding this and they're not very heavily institutional backed. In reality, they're not. Like, their market cap is sitting at 76 million or something. If they're heavily institutional backed, the market cap would be through the roof, and it wouldn't be, was it 60% is held by retail investors. Retail investors shouldn't be anywhere near that high. Like, if we even compare that to Archer and Joby, you're sitting around 30% is being held by retail. So, but the beautiful thing about retail holding this seems to be, I don't want to be mean, but it seems to be a bit of a cult in there. These guys don't sell. So when you go through, like, Horizon Aircraft is down. There's been no news today on Horizon Aircraft, and it's down less than the S&P is. The S&P is down 0.75%, and Horizon Aircraft is down 0.56%. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, but the belief in Horizon Aircraft is extremely strong. Now, when you speak, like, I've interviewed Brandon Robinson, CEO, twice, and when you speak to him, he is such a down-to-earth guy, and he's open to any question, and he won't beat around the bush. He will tell you exactly how it is. He won't tell you what you want to hear. He'll tell you what the company is all about. Guys, we're starting to get more and more of you coming into the stream there. Do smash that like button as you get in. We're going to try and grow this out. It's a little bit clunky today, a little bit weird, but it will get smoother as the journey goes on. Also, we are setting up a community portfolio. People are going for the 10K bracket. 10K might be a bit extreme for a side project, I'm telling you guys. Someone back me with 5K, and yeah, I'll put 10K in, but I don't think I'm going to throw 10K at it. I told you I have 3K cash sitting there in my portfolio, so why wouldn't I just throw 10K at my own portfolio rather than putting 10K into a community portfolio? First buy in this sector, Mary Poppins. Cheaty, cheaty, bang, bang. First buy in this sector. I love it. You are now an eVTOL holder. Welcome to the family. The only problem is they are Canadian. They are Canadian, but they do trade on the NASDAQ. So I wouldn't worry too much. They trade under the NASDAQ, and yes, they are regulated by Transport Canada, but Transport Canada works in conjunction with the FAA. So if they pass Transport Canada guidelines, they are going to pass FAA guidelines for certification. Again, Horizon Aircraft aren't going just for commercial operations. They're also going for the military aspect. And again, Brandon Robinson used to be an ex-fighter pilot. So he knows his stuff when it comes to it. Some say it is the best design out there when it comes to a hybrid eVTOL, but I believe it's definitely the superior design for their use cases compared to Archer and Joby. But for Archer and Joby's use case, they don't need a superior design. They don't need it, guys. They don't need to be able to travel at 450 kilometers an hour. Like, if you're getting a taxi, you don't want to be pinned to the back of your seat going across the town. Do you know when a conventional jetliner takes off and you get pushed to the back of your seat as you're taking off. And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't think people will be all for that going around cities. And we said during these are going to be flying in flight corridors in these cities between 1,500 feet and 4,000 feet. And they're going to be limited. So Joby Aviation's max speed is 200 mile an hour. Archer Aviation's max speed is 150 mile an hour. We reckon these flight corridors be flying between 120 to 150 mile an hour. So it doesn't matter that you can travel at, say, 300 mile an hour in a Caffrey X7. If you're within a city in a flight corridor, you're going to have to abide to the guidelines. I can't buy a hover, it's too illiquid. And that's the thing. I think that's the problem with institutes as well. Not only that they're pre-prototype as well, but yeah, the volume just ain't there, is it? I spread pretty thin. I'm waiting to buy more until we get some positive Iran news. How many of you guys think that Iran, we just need to learn to kind of live with, maybe not to this extent of the conflict, but are we going to have to learn to live with boots on the ground for the next while? Because I really predicted that this would only last a month or two when they originally went in. I thought there's no way that is going to keep escalating, but they just don't want to roll over, do they? And they just seem to be absolute wild men, where they just seem to be attacking everyone, don't they? No respect for them. How do we feel about Israel going against Trump and bombing that gas mine? They just seem to have elevated everything now. But it seems like Israel just don't like Iran. So, I don't know. They kind of needed the US as a middleman, but it seems like Israel are trying to pull the US into somewhere they don't want to go. But at the same time, I don't think Trump's going to get bullied, is he? He just sanctioned Israel if he had to. But I don't think they want to go there either. What else is going on? AMD is going to space. So AMD is NEC is creating the first optical communication satellite constellation with AMD tech. Could we see a deal with ASTS? Potentially. Some of you guys are in XRP. How's XRP doing today? We've people complaining that they've missed Planet Labs. Look, this is it. You're not going to care in your stocks whether you buy in 10 cents more expensive than another, but you will regret it when it goes up, like Planet Labs has ran today. It's always what if, but this is one of the times. I'm telling you guys, what if is happening right now. What if I wait for Horizon Aircraft to drop to 150? It may never drop to 150, but it may drop to 150. We don't know. But one thing I can guarantee, if I buy it today, I will own the shares. Nvidia down 1.56%. Redwire down 2.8%. Redwire is actually holding quite strong compared to where I thought it would be. Archer, it's not looking healthy. If we go any lower, we're going to go lower than yesterday, which means we're continuing this downtrend. This is getting uncomfortable now for Archer Aviation investors, but I would not worry. This doesn't worry me. This doesn't. We could go down to $5. We could go into the $4 range. I don't want it to. I'm not saying it will, but we could. There's nothing stopping it from doing it. But we're getting to the stage now that, let me have a look at Archer market cap. So Archer have $2 billion in liquidity, we can say. Market cap's 4.47 billion. So really, we could go down towards the $3 range before we have more cash than the company's worth. That's worrying. That's worrying. I can see why people are calling for the $3 range. But look, it's an opportunity to buy more. Do you know what? It's easier to earn another $100,000 than it is to save $100,000. Prove me wrong on that. But it is much easier to earn more than it is to save more. You can only save X amount, but you can earn unlimited amount. So now's the time to do your extra Uber Eats and your Uber taxis and selling on Facebook Marketplace, etc. Get as much cash available, because if we do go down to that level, God love me, but I will be throwing the kitchen sink at Archer Aviation then. And look, will I go down with the ship? If something goes wrong, yes, I will be going down with the ship. But trust me, I'm not going to let myself go down with the ship, because I truly do believe in where Archer Aviation is going. AI told me that market opportunity was much greater for eVTOLs than for the space launch industry. Yeah, for space launch ain't big. Look up space systems. Like Rocket Lab, only a third of their business, it could even be less now, but a third of their business is launch. Launch is not that profitable. Launch loses SpaceX money, because just think all that fuel that they're using to get up there, how much it costs to build a rocket, and then if you're launching your own satellite on board, such as Starlink, how much does that cost to actually bring the Starlink up there? Launch isn't that profitable, but space systems is. So actually operating the satellite, actually manufacturing the satellite, because only very few people can do it. But the beautiful thing about space launch is once you have a launch vehicle, you have the keys to space. You don't have to pay someone else to do it. Because at the end of the day, the launch up to space is going to cost X amount, no matter what. And then you're going to have to pay the provider, say, a 50% margin on it. So, yeah, I wouldn't be looking too much into eVTOLs are greater than launch. I would have been able to tell you that off the top of my head. I try all the AI apps, not just one. I wouldn't be overly using AI in the markets. It works when it works, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. AI is basically a large language model. Yeah, so we think that when I say AI is a large language model, the AI you're using are large language models. And we think like intelligence and super intelligence that we're looking for is a measure of intelligence. But at the same time, we're measuring intelligence on pattern recognition and on language. But there's so much more things about intelligence that is not to do with language or pattern recognition. So I wouldn't be a wild one for using AI in the stock market. No, look, if I used AI in the stock market, I may be a smarter investor. So I could be wrong there, but my own opinion is the only thing I use AI for now, I do use it for my video descriptions, because, my God, trying to write a video description, yeah. What I literally do, I talk into my phone and let it reword it for me. And there we go, that's my description. And then some of the articles I put on X now, how I do it, I've told Dylan, I don't know, does Dylan write them now? But I just literally, I talk into the phone like I'm recording a video. And then it comes up, and then I just say put it in paragraphs. Yeah. Yeah, so AI told you. Joby. Okay, Joby's gone a little bit lower now. I actually think Joby could go into the $8 range too. I have AI write my AI prompts. Fair play, my guy. Redwire. Yeah, that was what I was going to say. Joby. Joby I can see going to the $8 range. Definitely if Archer is going down towards $4, I can see Joby go to $8, but it could be a long week for the VTOL industry. But when we push forward, we push forward. I use ChatGPT a lot for research. What I would always do with the likes of ChatGPT and that, yeah, always verify any of the information it will spit out to you, because if I put enough information out, the likes of ChatGPT will pull from me. So say I made 3 websites and said X amount about, I don't know, X stock. And ChatGPT, what it'll do, it'll pull all the information wrote about this stock, because it's just a language model. It just pulls it all. It can't think like us. Like, people think these things can think. They're not. It's pattern recognition. And then it's just given, it's all to do with feedback then. So it learns quickly, but at the same time, it's just recognizing a pattern. So you could fool AI if everyone in this chat here created a website and we said whatever about whatever company, we would change how AI would respond to something unless it came directly from the source. So say if it was something Archer Aviation put out, yes, they're going to verify that Archer Aviation has put this out. But if we said, I don't know, Liam has made Liam Air eVTOL, we just have to put it out a few times on a website, and AI genuinely now believes that Liam has made whatever. Whereas as a human, we know Liam has not made Liam Air. You get me? What are we looking at as a buy range for eVTOL stocks? Archer's a buy right now, but I'm not saying it won't drop any lower. Like, when we look for these buy ranges, yeah, it's not a bulletproof buy range. So we're all on about DCA, and I'm telling you, my guy, if you're trying to catch the bottom, you never will. It doesn't matter what AI you use. Best for maximum returns, the eVTOL sector. Why? 2 to 4 times faster growth than space industry platform, economics, recurring revenue, early stage. But look, can you see what I mean? Your AI, because you have spoken to it about eVTOLs so much, it's going to feed you exactly what you want. Why is it referring to eVTOL in space? Like, they're 2 random sectors. The electric vertical takeoff and landing sector and the space sector is 2 random sectors in the whole stock market. They're 2 sectors I'm involved in, but you have to know how to ask the right questions and challenge the answers. ChatGPT gives you back. They give you the right answers if you push it. And that's the thing. You've said that correctly there. You need to challenge it, because AI just learns exactly what you want to hear. And this is why I love when I see arguments go off on X, because one guy will say that AI has said that Joby is the better play. One will say that Archer is the better play. And it's like, who do you invest in more? And they say Joby or Archer. And it's like, yeah, because the AI is literally just had an agenda to follow, and they've just followed it. It learns exactly what you've been previously writing and what answer you want, because it wants a positive feedback loop. You're more likely to use it again if it gets a positive feedback loop. So don't get fooled by confirmation bias. AI sketches me out. AI sketches you out. Do you like my thumbnails? They're made with AI. Mine seems to be getting dumber and dumber. Maybe I talk to it too much. because we're on about these feedback loops, tell it when it's negative. Tell it when it's bad. What AI do you use? Do you use ChatGPT? Do you use Grok? Do you use Gemini? I see Claude is another one. Ask questions like, are Elon Musk and ChatGPT will treat you like... Oh yeah, ask questions like you are Elon Musk and ChatGPT will treat you like Elon. I actually, if I had to use any, it'd be Grok. Like, I used Grok to do this on my screen, to like code and stuff like that. But yeah, and it's looking like, would I have to? Oh no, it is moving. I thought these weren't updating, but yeah, like, it's a wild one, isn't it? AI. I agree with this. Thank you, my guy. Then let's go back into it. Guys, do smash that like button if you want us to continue. Okay, so now we have 17 volts and 29% have said start at 2K. So now it's getting a little bit easier for me. Start at 2K. Do I use my own cash from my portfolio, or do I fire in some new cash? We'll see. We'll see. Free mostly. But yes, have to ask him more and more questions. What if we find out you were an AI creation? Do you know what? When I first started streaming, or not when I first started streaming, when I first started YouTube, you ask Archer Daily Defense, because he's one of the guys that was there from the start. I actually don't think he liked me particularly well at the start. They were all calling me AI. They were calling me this, that, and the other. And it was because they weren't used to content creators in the eVTOL space. No one created Archer Aviation, and it was like everyone at that time was doing AI creations, and they couldn't get it that I was actually coming on and speaking. And yes, I was a lot more... I wasn't as comfortable in front of the camera, and I had like a red background, and it just looked very unprofessional. But no, it wasn't AI. I think you can tell I'm not AI. Like yesterday, my whole stream crashed. Maybe that is AI. I don't know. 50% each in Archer, 50% in Joby. We won't know who the winner is. We don't know who the winner is, and they're two different business or use cases. So, or not use cases, two different business models. One's selling, one's operating. So, yeah, we'll see. They're both the manufacturers too, so we'll see how it plays out. Anyone buying Redwire at the moment? Redwire has seemed to have climbed nicely out of that $5 range. I'm considering buying into Redwire again. Yes, you're going to say you sold out, but at the same time, even if I bought in now, if we ran up to where I originally bought it in, I'd make 50% on it. You get me? So, yeah, I am considering buying Redwire again. Unusual Machines just seems to be tanking more and more. Again, I truly believe now, because Ondas have invested even more into Unusual Machines, I believe you're going to get people leave Intuitive, or not Intuitive Machine. I keep calling it Intuitive Machines. Unusual Machines, UMAC. Intuitive Machines is Lunar. Unusual Machines. Because Ondas have invested more into Unusual Machines, and they own a nice amount of it, I can see people leaving these and going straight into Ondas, because Ondas is not only performing better, but it's just a much safer play in that whole space, isn't it? Right, so I'm going to end that poll there, and let me create another poll. Has anyone bought anything today? Do let me know. Vote in that poll there, and if you have, let me know what you have bought today, and we'll have a look at where it's going and what it's doing. Let's see what's going on. Right. So 100% of people are saying they have not bought today. People are getting fearful, are they? This is where it gets a bit worrying, guys. It's when people stop buying. Bought Hover and VG. Are you talking about SBCE? Oh no, Venture Global. Thank the Lord. I thought you were talking about SBCE, Virgin Galactic. You still could be, but I think you mean Venture Global. There we go. Do let me know. Is it Venture Global? Goat Gains. If you're here, I can see what you're saying on the chat. Goat Gains is really up for Archer buying Vertical Aerospace out. Venture Global. Let's have a look here. Venture Global seems to be going quite. Yeah, Venture it is. Waiting. Venture Global pushing forward up 10.87% today. When did you buy them? Did you buy them just at opening bell? Is that? Added more Venture today. 20% off you have bought. Guys, do let me know what you're buying. Venture Global. Let's see what they're all about. So, a 35.11 billion company. They have pushed forward quite nicely. Price to earnings is 14.27. Outstanding shares 2.46 billion. So the industry is oil and gas. So they engage in the development, construction, and production of natural gas liquefaction and export projects near the US Gulf Coast in Louisiana. I can see why he went into venture today, and I can see why it's flying up. All to do with, is it Qatar are now saying they have no ability to export gas? I know they hit Iran's gas infrastructure, Israel did, and then Israel jumped back and they fired back at Qatar, thinking it was Qatar. Started a position in Hover today. What price did you get in Hover at? Hover is a solid purchase at the moment. Are we going to get back to that 180 range? We're at 177 at the moment. Guys, do smash that like button as you're getting in. It really helps me out more than you actually realize. It pushes us out to more people, and especially when we're starting a new project like this, when I'm about to throw what $2,000, $5,000 out of portfolio for you guys for your entertainment, the least you can do is smash that like button for me. And if you're new here, smash that subscribe button. We're going to be a little bit different to the market opening shows. We're not going to be watching bollocks. Like, I think sometimes they watch things that people are not interested in just because people pay them, and that's not what we're going to be about. We're going to be about the retail investor. Let's stay connected with the retail investor, and let's try and help the retail investor as much as we can. We'll grow it together. You got in at 177. We're back to 177. As I said, it's quite a safe play at the moment for some reason. Like the S&P is down 0.83% at the moment. Ondas still pushing down 5.35%. But look, we seem to be holding that level that I was saying, around that 10-20 range. UMAC is going badly for them. 15.79. Archer can't catch a break at the moment, down 2.5%. Joby down 2.37. Redwire down 1.87. PANW down 3.43. Nvidia itself down 1.51. Tesla. Look, what did we say earlier? If you wanted to get in Tesla, it was a nice opportunity. You could have got in at 370. I think we were calling it around 372 or so. It's now at 375 and climbing back up, down 1.38%. Wouldn't surprise me if Tesla ends the day green. Tesla, anything under this $400 range is a perfect opportunity. Look, Tesla's a perfect opportunity no matter where you get them at. I think the growth we're expecting, I think it's going to spring forward like nothing. Intuitive Machines up 3.17%, so it has dropped off a little bit. ADMA, our friend there earlier, follows ADMA quite nicely, so down 1%. Another ATAI, this was a antidepressant company, if I do remember, 0.14%, so it's quite flat at the moment. Beta Technology, while Saddle's favorite, down 4.37%. It's now at 15.13 and it could drop even lower. Look, are we going to go less than 50% of the IPO? Potentially. Could be scary though. Planet Labs seems to be holding that 30% up. We're 29.38% up, 34.87. I was looking at these guys when they were $3 to $4. I was going to add them around the time of Rocket Lab. I never did. And I was quite impressed with myself for not. But look, at this stage now, we're near enough a 10x. Not very often you get 10x's, guys. I think we're getting too used to calling for 3, 4, 5x's. 3, 4, 5x's don't just come about. I think the retail investor needs to ground themselves, because these type of things don't happen. Like 30%, like 28% over a day, that should be 3 years on the S&P. Imagine you bought in yesterday and 28% there and sold in. That's enough to do you for 3 years. If you just sold out and waited 3 years and then done it again, mate, you're doing well. I'm itching to see what Goat Gains has been working on. It is extremely, extremely impressive what he's been working on. Guys, if you don't know, Goat Gains is a massive investor in Archer Aviation. He comes on. He is one of the team when it comes to the Archer Aviation podcast with myself and Dylan. He is working on a massive, massive project about Archer Aviation. I can't tell you what it is. That's up to him to tell you. It's massive. I wouldn't attempt it myself, but I'm willing to help him out whatever way he needs us to help out. But yeah, do make sure you follow Goat Gains. Our eVTOL's just hype or an actual super growth story in the making. Why is that? You're so bullish on eVTOLs. Why are you asking me that question? I don't believe they're just a hype story. I think they have gone through a hype phase, and this is the pain we're getting now, and investors are now getting worried. Is it hype? But the only reason you'd think is that hype is because you bought into the hype and now you're scared. Don't worry. This is a journey. It's a rite of passage. We need to know that we can hold through times like this. And this is why it's great to talk to each other. Because if you're sitting there on your own, the only thing I wouldn't do, Goat Gains, and this is not financial advice, I wouldn't keep buying into stocks and sell them well strong out of them. I'd buy and hold. Sometimes you have to just ride through the pain. And the only problem what's happening now, you're buying and you're selling and you just keep selling for losses and keep selling for losses and keep selling for losses. And I think you're better just holding it out in the eVTOL industry. We can't outsmart this market at the moment. We genuinely can't. is too unpredictable. His GOAT game's primarily only in Archer. Any other companies? He's in, well, he was in AMPX, AMPX, Amprius. Where is Amprius sitting today? Or have I just unadded it? Look, I am so slow when it comes to using Trading View, guys. Okay, we're starting to get a bit of relief on AMPX now. It's still up massively. It's up like 90% over the last month. So I wouldn't be buying into this. Look, it's down 3%, but still, I wouldn't call it a great opportunity. Great opportunity if you can see it becoming a major player anytime soon. But look, I said my buy range is between 11 to 12, and I did crack that yesterday. Anywhere from $12.50 to $14, I will be adding. But if I had to put a solid target on it, I'd say $12.50 should be a cut off. But yeah, I'm just that bullish on it. I want to get in at around $14. Sometimes you're just best being in them companies, especially skin in the game. It gives me more motivation to start creating content around these. Then, right. So let me actually put up a new poll. This is like AI. This is me learning on the job, guys. So, do answer that question. Are you invested in eVTOLs, which are electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles? Yes, no, and you're not interested in them entirely. Or no, you're not invested in them, but you're interested in them. Do let me know, and it will help shape the streams as they go forward. Also, guys, I may take a bit of a break of around 15 minutes at, what are we going to say? We'll say in 4 minutes' time, I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and I will be back, and we'll keep pushing forward with this stream. So it'll be time to make a coffee, etc. That's what I'm going to do, because I'm not going to lie, I'm not used to doing massive long streams, and my voice is starting to go. Okay, so we had Venture Global. Okay, so where else are we going here? Netflix. Has anyone actually invested in Netflix? I'm actually quite impressed what they're doing in the sports sector. They went through a stage for a while where it got a little bit boring. They were dubbing everything, weren't they? But they seem to be pushing forward again. Apple's another one, I think, is starting to be slept on. People are starting to look away past Apple, but I think they're going to correct themselves quite nicely. Zeta is one that many of you were speaking about over the past while. It's back at 1730, up 0.41%. Iron is down 0.94%. UMAC down 14.68%. Archer down 2.3. Joby 2.27. Redwire down 1.77. PAN down 326. Nvidia down 150. Tesla down 123. Horizon Aircraft, look, holding that 177. Look, it's not that liquid at the moment, but still, we're holding that range. Intuitive Machines up 1.64%. ADMA down 126. ATAI completely flat, 357. Beta Technologies down 4.11% at 15.15. Are we going to drop below that $15 range? Palantir seems to having a little bit of relief at the moment. It's only up 26.74%. Absolutely insane to say. 34.21. And AMPX at 2.83. Guys, I am going to be back in around, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. What do I think about Honeywell? We can actually speak about Honeywell when I come back, my guy. Yeah, we can have a chat about Honeywell, to be fair. Honeywell used to do all the what do we call them, reaction wheels for the government until they had an incident in I can't remember when it was, to do with a leakage in the reaction wheels. The reaction wheels basically turn the satellite. So Rocket Lab, great opportunity for them. But Honeywell, yeah, they are solid. Yeah, what I'm gonna do, what can I put up? This could be an interesting one. Guys, I'm gonna be back in about 15 minutes. So have a chill out, have a cup of tea if you're at work. Just sit back, relax. And yeah, I promise you, I'll be back. Right, guys, until then. Right, guys, I'm back. Let's see what we're doing. Right, how are we getting on? Back after a quick break there. Thank you for waiting around. What? Between X and YouTube, 55 of you there waiting. So I want to thank you guys. How do you find this new project that we're doing here? Also, do you like? I've added the time as well. That is time, stock market time. I am 4:15 here in Ireland, but yeah, you guys, Eastern time, 12. This track says Honeywell is too big to buy stock, but they're hiring for jobs and to pay for your school. Well, you get paid a lot of money. Honeywell were going spinning off their aerospace, weren't they, at one stage? I'm not too up on Honeywell, but I can have a quick look at them now. $229 down 2.8%, down 5% over the 5 days. Ryan, how are we getting on, my guy? It's the Hustle Bros. Of course it is. Yeah, we're starting this new project, my guy. Yeah, from Monday, the guys want me to put, what did we say it was? Let me just jump in. Okay. It finished off 28% said 2,000, 24% said 1,000, 24% said 5,000, and 24% said 10,000. So 2,000 won it. So from Monday, I'm creating a portfolio, a community portfolio, where we'll go from 2K and we'll grow it from there. You're going against Amit. Amit does something completely different, you know. Amit has gone so big now. He's actually, do you see, he's asked a question to Jensen Wang, and like he speaks to all the big boys. I want to try and do something a little bit different to Amit. Not that Amit does anything bad. I just think it's starting to get a little bit out of touch from the smaller retail investor, the average working man, if you get me. And that is with all respect to Amit. I respect everything Amit does, and he is just growing and growing. But I think it's getting a little bit out of touch with the smaller investor. So I think if we start this portfolio at 2K and grow from there, at least we can maybe bridge that gap, and maybe people might leave us and go to Amit then when they get a little bit more advanced in investing, and that's no problem. We can live with that. But yeah, I think what we'll do, we'll make it a little bit more of a challenge, and yeah, I want the community to steer the investing a lot more. What I find with some of the live investing shows is it's just the actual host investing and people are watching. But I want to do more polls on what we should buy, what we should sell, when we should buy, when we should sell. And I think it'd be quite interesting. I'll be tuning in. Thank you so much, my guy. I really appreciate that. Everyone smash the like button as you get into the stream. And yeah, we're going to grow this out. It's going to be very clunky at the moment, yeah? It's going to be really clunky because I'm not used to streaming market opening shows, market closing shows. So it will be clunky for a while, but we will get into it. I'm learning on the job. Like, I've only just added them tickers up the top there. We have been live on air. I signed up to TradingView, and yeah, I've just got the time there. So we are going to improve. Ideally, what I want to do, see where the clock is here. I want to have my portfolio here so you guys can see it. And yeah, I'll just move my chair that way. So it'll look a little bit smoother. But yeah, so let me jump in, have a look. There's quite a few of you guys there on X. About 53 of you, 54 of you. do smash the like button on X. I know it's a little bit harder because a lot of you just like to listen in, but I would appreciate if you jump back and hit the like button because it does push us out to more people. And that does help us out. The like button helps us out an awful lot when it comes down to any of these streams. But yeah, let's go back to Trading View and we can have a look at what's going on. Right, so number one is smash that subscribe button. Look at us, guys. We're nearly at 5,000. And the more of you we get into this, the faster this whole community is going to grow and the faster everything's going to move. You can see the growth over the past year. You can see the growth over the lifetime of the channel. There, we started May 28th, 2024. Been posting one video a day, been running live streams. And now, yes, we've entered this whole new opportunity. For any of you that can't see, there we go. That's the lifetime of the channel, but we are starting to get that nice exponential growth that you would expect to see in this. So yeah, going across, we will go back to, let me just remove that for a second and we'll go back so you can see it properly. There we go. So that's a bit better for you. We'll go back through the positions, then we'll have a look at some of the news going on. So VU is recovering a little bit. It's 0.62% down, but look, we are getting that nice rebound. And again, it's all to do with oil spiking. We know that the likes of Iran seem to be creating more and more hassle. And I have that playing in the background, so let me just stop that there. It's also to do with the oil spiking. Iran has been bombing the gas facilities in Qatar because Israel bombed Iran without the US's acknowledgement. Iran then thought Qatar was involved and they started attacking Qatar. If you look at the likes of Venture Global's up around 10% today because, yes, I think the gas production in the likes of Qatar is now down to 0. So, yes, the likes of the US gas production is starting to ramp up. Ondas, we learned earlier that Ondas have acquired more shares of UMAC. So UMAC, Unusual Machines, did do a dilution event and Ondas scooped up. Ondas is a holding company. So they own many businesses and they have now invested more into UMAC. And I can see people dropping out of UMAC and coming across to Ondas. Ondas is a lot safer as a company than the likes of UMAC. And you're not only hitting that defensive sector with Ondas, but you're also hitting the likes of communications, the likes of geomapping, the likes of railroad infrastructure. So Ondas is a very good play, not only for exposure in the defense industry, and if you want to get into drones, I think Ondas is the way to go rather than the likes of Red Cat or UMAC, because I think they're in for a little bit of pain once this conflict does ease. But again, when will the conflict ease? We've seen earlier today that the US are deploying another 2,500 troops to the Middle East and 3 more warships. So it looks like it's only escalating. And this way we can see The market just doesn't like it. Zeta, many of you were asking about Zeta last night. Zeta is now up 0.58%. Looks like the market's recovering a little bit. Iron is up 0.1%, so sitting quite flat. Look, we were talking about UMAC there, down 14.89%, down to 1583. Archer Aviation, are we going to get that recovery back to the $6 range? I believe we will, because, as I said, we always get a settle in the middle. Everything returns to the mean. So, as we said, we did not drop lower than the 83. I said earlier, if we go lower than 583, downtrend continues. Downtrend is not continuing as of yet. This is setting up for a nice little reversal here. We want to see this green candle come up to literally 594. If we see it go there, I can see a nice recovery going to happen. Joby Aviation, again, back off that 950. 950, incredible resistance. These are building a nice little foundation around here. I keep putting it up on X. The foundation is being built. The consolidation around Joby Aviation is being built at this time. So do not worry about Joby Aviation. I think we're safe enough. As I've said, with Archer and Joby, Archer, worst comes to worst, we can see it go down into the $3 range. There's nothing stopping it. That is around the time that they will have enough cash on the books to actually equate to their market cap. So Archer, it could be a little bit shaky if we start dropping heavily. Joby, I could see it going down to 850 range or so if we see Archer drop that low. But Joby is the safer bet at the moment. Bago Holden, what's up, my guy? Do you like our new project? Do you like our new market opening? We'll see how it plays out. If guys aren't interested. Where is the hustle, brother? I'm over here. I'm on the left-hand side of your screen, my guy. Here. But yeah. Redwire is at 950, down 1.35%. Then PANW down 3.15%. Nvidia down 1.35%, down to 176.15. We're seeing price targets go well over the $200 now. And we've seen Jensen Huang speaking about $1 trillion in revenue and $50 trillion projected market for robotics. So that's not only good for Tesla or for Nvidia, but it's good for Tesla too. Elon's then came out and said Tesla and SpaceX will continue buying Nvidia chips. We then have Tesla, again, the recovery. We were saying it down there at 372 or so. We were saying great opportunity today to buy. It was down around 2%. And look, we're recovering. We're coming back. 376, you've already made 1% if you got in earlier. Bago Holden, what is your biggest investment now at the moment? Do let me know. So at the moment in our poll, are you invested in eVTOLs? 82% of you are. None of you are not interested in them. And 18% are not invested, but you're interested in them. That's actually quite interesting. I actually thought we'd get a little bit more of a shift there. I didn't think we'd get as many of you that are interested. So it's really nice to see that we're starting to excite some of you people. And yeah, it's all about learning about new stocks, yeah. This is not going to be about being a specialist in anything. This is about learning about new stocks. You can teach me, I can teach you. I'm coming from the eVTOL side. I'm coming from the space sector side, but I'm willing to learn about any stock. And you feel free to jump into the comments, let us know exactly how you feel about any of these stocks. Then Horizon Aircraft, I want to see a push over 180 today. I really want to see it. We need to see it close above the 180 by the end of the week. If not, I truly believe we are in for a lot of pain with Horizon Aircraft. Then, see that there. We had our friend earlier, Distrack, buy Horizon Aircraft for the first time at 177, his first ever buy in the eVTOL industry. Guys, how heavy are you in the eVTOL industry? Are you in Archer? Are you in Joby? Are you in Beta? Vertical Aerospace? Do let me know. Also, as you get in, smash the like button. It helps me more than you can imagine. Then we have Intuitive Machines. Lunar is up 1.96%. Lunar had 2 missions to the moon. One of them failed, one was partially successful. Landing legs seem to be a problem, and their speed of attack when they come in for a landing on the moon. But look, they seem to continue to push forward, up 185 at 1926. ADMA, pharmaceutical company here, they're a biotechnology company, down 1.7% at 1477. ATAI, another pharmaceutical. These are primarily antidepressant drugs. It is up 1.68%, and their friend from earlier is heavily invested in the two of these pharmaceutical plays. Beta Technology seems to be recovering a little bit, so up 3.48%. Todd says, Joe be getting a lot of love today. Archer, not so much. It's frustrating, isn't it? Not for Joby. Joby are doing quite well. Archer, it just seems to be a world of pain at the moment. But at the same time, look, we need to learn to be able to get through this pain in order to get through the good times. If we don't sell during the pain, it shows us during the excellent times you're willing to not sell them because you're willing to wait it out. Let's use this as a learning opportunity. I said, if we do go towards $3 range, I'm going to go down with the ship. I am going to throw the kitchen sink at it. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I genuinely, hand on heart, believe in Archer Aviation. The eVTOL portion of my portfolio is 80% Archer, 20% Joby. Mine, when I go for the eVTOL side, is around 55% Archer at this stage and 45%. No, I can't say 45% Joby. I'll say 44% Joby. Nah, because Horizon Aircraft isn't even 1% of my portfolio. It's 200 quid. It's what, 120 shares or something, 130 shares. So 0. Whatever of my portfolio is Horizon Aircraft. Archer myself, 100%. What kind of pain? So look, I said earlier, Archer Aviation, we'll go back to it. So Archer Aviation at 587. I've always said resistance is at $6. We managed to fall below that yesterday, down to about 583, and we managed to climb back up, and we closed at 601. I'm hoping that happens today, but look, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't happen today. The problem is, if it closes end of week below $6, we continue in that downtrend. At the moment, it is a complete downtrend. We can see there. We're just following that downtrend completely. You get me? We need to start consolidating. I'm not expecting a massive push up, but at least find a base at $6 and consolidate for a while. So far on my Archer journey, I've been 20% down. And Rowley has been in for 3 years. He's got it all the way at 190. And then he's bought at $12 as well. So as an Archer Aviation investor, don't kick yourself. My average is $7.42. I haven't added or sold since then. So my average is $7.42. So I'm feeling the pain too. We're down at what? 586. Averaging 766 for Steve. Look, we're all in the same boat, Mike guy. We're not all as good as Rowley though. Rowley, I think the average was 190. So that is absolutely wild. I think, though, broader market really down now, and Archer has some news, but Joby just ahead of them in the certification game. And if you think Joby Aviation, that is their whole step at the moment. They are pushing for certification. Yeah. But Joby Aviation's primary goal for the whole company is just to saturate the market and roll out in commercial operations. Archer Aviation's goal is to sell the aircraft. So they don't mind whether it's to saturate the commercial side, whether it's to go into defense, whether it's to go into medivac. Archer Aviation are taking a diverse approach, where Joby, I truly believe, are going down where Archer are going for the shotgun approach, Joby are going for the sniper approach. Joby have one focus, and it's commercialization. Yes, we can say L3 Harris is a great opportunity with them, but look, they have already delivered aircraft to the Edwards Air Force Base, and we never heard anything about them. But it doesn't surprise me, because Joby is such a light aircraft, and again, everyone takes the mick out of conventional takeoff and landing, but Archer Aviation is the only company that can do it. So for Joby's use case, the commercial air taxi side, their vehicle is perfect. For what Archer are going for, their vehicle is perfect. Rowley says, so far in my Archer journey, I've been down 20%, I've been up 110%, or he's been up 110% up now, and I'm up 10% nearly. Squeaky bum time again. I'm in for the next 10 years. Do you know what, Rowley? We're going to be side by side. We're going to be brothers in arms here. We're going to be here for the next 10 years together in Archer Aviation. Look, guys, don't worry. We have $2 billion sitting there in cash. So it's not like the companies, it's not like vertical aerospace where you're running out of cash and your market cap's being thrown down the drain. Archer Aviation will recover. So what it is now is, are you happy with your position? If you're not happy with your position, well then now's a perfect opportunity. If you are happy with your position and you are worried about overexposing yourself, Archer, well, just be aware that it could go towards the $3 range. And the only reason I'm saying that is because that would be the time when the company has enough cash as their market cap is worth. So it ain't going to go lower than that. But remember when I called a long time ago that Joby and Archer were extremely overvalued? We didn't believe, we didn't feel like it was, but it was. And everyone was saying, no, it'll never go lower. But yeah, here we are. And we can go lower. Like, Joby can go to $8 easy. Like, what is there? Like, we've been saying about the catalyst. EIPP was meant to be a catalyst, the announcement. Didn't really do much, did it? What now have we? Like, commercialization has been pushed back. UAE has been pushed back because that ain't going to happen. So maybe a government contract. But I said earlier, Anduril have so much more in their cards at the moment that Archer depends on Anduril to get these contracts with the Department of War. But Anduril will be so focused at the moment on getting big contracts with the Department of War that any small contract that they're looking for a hybrid VTOL is nothing compared to what Anduril want to bring to the Department of War at the moment. So as we see the escalation of the war smooth out a little bit and we start seeing it de-escalate, then I could start seeing contracts occur. I've said though, Archer Aviation, I truly believe that there is a defensive deal on the cards with Japan. We think about the allies. The strongest allies are the US, the UK. With the UK, we have Project Next, and we've seen them go in to Bristol. Japan, yeah? We have Japan Airlines, but that's commercial. What about defense? I can really see them go for the defense in Japan. But do let me know your thoughts on that too. Guys, do smash that like button as you get in here. It does really help me out. Right, what we'll do, let's do another poll. what can we do a poll on? So there you go. There's poll. Will you buy today? Yes, no, or you wish you would, but you've no cash. Then going back down, we have beta technology. So we have Wild Saddle is extremely bullish on beta, but again, look, we're gonna fall past the $15 range. We're now at 1502 and pushing down. That was a retracement. It's a perfect Fibonacci there. It's going down. Yeah, until that lock-in period, I have no more to say on beta technologies. Until that lock-in period's over, I wouldn't touch it. Planet Labs, is it going to start giving up some of its gains? It is going to fill that gap eventually, I truly believe, because, look, they had incredible earnings, but it's all to do with the government wanting to use their satellite imagery data. I believe they will fill this gap eventually, but again, look, our friend Christian did sell out at 30% up today, and he has been in it quite a while. He's already, if you bought in now, he's already made 5%, but no, we'll see. Amprius is starting to think about recovering. 1858. I'm still not buying Amprius. I said $14 for me, but if I was being realistic, the buy range would probably be $12.50 to $13 or so. If I was being really pessimistic, I could say $11. Then let's go across to X and we'll see what's been happening. I'm just very wary about sharing my X screen because since the war, you get some dodgy videos come up, and I'd get banned from YouTube very quickly if I shared my X and one of them videos came up. So when I get some news, I'll bring up the X. Black Sky is up 10.78%. That's actually quite interesting. I see crypto seems to be giving it up. Yeah, how do you feel about the US deploying 2,500 more troops to the Middle East? It's not looking like it's going to de-escalate anytime soon. 3 more warships. And then we had the UK, Germany, France come out yesterday and condemn Iran as saying they're going to help open up the Strait of Hormuz. So they're violating UN laws at the moment. And the problem with violating UN laws, you get NATO involved now too. So I can't see a de-escalation happening too quickly. It feels like Iran just want to cause as much trouble now as they can. And they're trying to turn the Middle East against the US. Surfare down to 134. Was at 12 last summer. The electric aviation industry seems to be hurting. It really does. But like, I think it's because everyone is either fleeing to defense or trying to safing up their portfolios. They're just reallocating now at the moment, and no one can see a future, can they? They're either running to AI, running to defense, or getting into, like, how many people have we got speaking about dividends over the past while? No. There's reallocation occurring left, right, and center now. And then you've people being afraid of we may go into a bear market, we may go into a recession. So for an unproven industry like electric aviation, of course, it's going to hurt a little bit. But Surf Air Mobility, I said earlier, I don't know how bullish I am on them. I think their market cap's around 100 million, where you could get into Horizon Aircraft, the actual manufacturer of one of these electric or hybrid electric aircrafts. Surf Air Mobility seems to be going for the long range, the regional flights. And that's why they went for the CTOL Alia. Horizon Aircraft could fulfill some of these. And look, you could get a firm order. They seem to be banging down firm orders for these. So I think I'd rather, and I think that's my whole philosophy though, like you can see with virtual aviation, I'd rather invest in the manufacturer than the operator, if you get me. Job, you're going for the operation as well, but I wouldn't invest in a company that is operating the Midnight or a company that is operating the S4. Fair enough, Joby's operating the S4, but they're also manufacturing the S4. It's a bit like I wouldn't invest in an airliner. I wouldn't invest in Southwest Airlines, or I wouldn't invest in Delta or United, just because it doesn't do anything for me, an actual operation of it. Surf Air has a lot of debt currently and losing cash flow, but to me, is a good company. Look, I've no doubt they're a great company, but it's how long they can survive at that type of valuation. They're already, 90% down from IPO and dropping. So, yeah. Guys, do let me know, what other tickers do you want us to look at? Let me see what else going on X. Do you know what? I've had to free up my X an awful lot recently because all I'm getting is like 19, 20-year-olds saying, I have 200k invested in whatever. Is this good for this age? And they know it'll get them engagement, but I'm just sick of seeing it. Like, what's the answer going to be? If you're 19 years old with 200k in the bank or in investing, what are you worried about? I'm sure Buffett himself would have loved 200k at 19 years old. Any of you invest in SoFi? SoFi, when the catalyst being added to the S&P, that'd be an insane one, wouldn't it? Surf Air has a lot of debt current. Oh yeah, we've got that one there. eHang, advancing eVTOL commercialization in Thailand. eHang engages top government leaders. So they did meet in Bangkok yesterday. I'm actually speaking to one of eHang's marketing team on X, but I hope he's not watching, but I don't know how bullish I am on eHang. What robotic companies are you most excited about? I think Tesla is the only one I would primarily go for. I know someone was speaking about Kraken Robotics. They are a Canadian-based company, Kraken Robotics. They're actually not even listed on the NASDAQ, I don't think. Let me have a look at them. Buy Hover. Oh, Zstack, you'd be happy. So, one of the guys that joined our stream yesterday, he was in the stream here earlier and he bought Hover for the first time. He bought Horizon Aircraft. It's his first buy in the eVTOL sector. And you know what? Horizon Aircraft is one of the safest bets at the moment. I never thought I'd say this, but Horizon Aircraft is what at the moment? 0.57% down, where the S&P is down 0.87. There you go. This is Distrack. Distrack bought Horizon Aircraft. Look at Paladin AI. What do you think? Okay, let's look at Paladin AI. Paladin AI. Oh, I'm sharing the wrong screen as well. 2 seconds. There we go. So, Paladin AI, another micro market cap, 396.6 million. Analysts are saying there's only 2 of them. They're saying $9. What are we sitting at the moment? 6.49. Where have we been over the last month? Dropped, but look, that's kind of expected during this conflict, isn't it? Past 3 months. Okay. Past 6. What are they? Software company focusing on delivering software that enhances the utility and functionality of third-party stationary and robotic systems. So this is the software behind the robotics, is it? Technology enables robots to learn, observe, learn, reason, and act in structured and unstructured environments. Okay, and they're based in Utah, 161 employees. What's the ownership saying? I wouldn't call that incredibly bad. And your top investors are buying. Okay. Let's look at the financials. We'll go over the last quarter. So revenue's increasing. Why in Q2 was the revenue at 2.71? It's dropped off drastically. Do you know this track? Gross profit is 0.259 billion. I'd have to look more into them. $47 million worth of cash. Total losses 52.557. Total assets 95 million. $5.6 million in liabilities, 15.21. Okay. I don't know how bullish I am on $11.68 per sales. They look like a decent buy, but I don't know how bullish I am on it. And that's just me. They also developed Paladin Pilot for the use of unmanned platforms such as Class 1 unmanned aerial vehicles to enable persistent detection, identification, tracking, and classification of objects of interest. I'm new to Paladin. They just got a Navy contract. What was an AI drones? What was the contract for? Let me get it. We'll have a look at what that was for. I'm new to Paladin. Recommend Horizon for a buy currently 100% yes. Horizon Aircraft. This is not financial advice, but Horizon Aircraft is a buy. Anything below 180, I have always said, is a buy for Horizon Aircraft. And what are we now? 177, is it still? Yeah, 177. Look, I'm hoping they will hold 180 by the end of the week, but It may go down lower than that. I think 180 could be the ceiling now. But look, Zed Stacker said he's going to buy another 1,000 under 170. Someone called for 170 yesterday, and I thought it was a bit of a joke, but I got very close to it, didn't I? Ralph Rossington says, well, there's blood on the streets, buy, even if it's your own. I actually like that one. Yeah, do you know what? Great opportunities going throughout the market at the moment. Again, guys, just be careful. Don't overexpose. Don't over risk. Everyone is saying at the moment that risk is a aspect needed to become a millionaire, but I think people are overlooking risk. Risk is only a minor cog needed. Risk is the quickest way to become a millionaire, but risk is also the quickest way to go to zero. Risk is only a small little part of it. Let me just quickly I may have to run on to the farm for 5 minutes. That's what you'll get to me. You may get me have to jump off every hour or so just to go out. I'm just double checking there with someone. They're for AI drones. Just got a Navy contract. Oh yeah, I was meant to look up Navy contract. I recommend Hover is Zed Stacker has 73,000 shares of Horizon Aircraft and still do little buys here and there. There's tremendous upsides in there on micro cap. And the thing is, the retail side seem to be holding it quite nicely. Look, they don't seem to be too phased by the recent downturn in the stock market. They're performing better than the S&P 500. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think Horizon is a buy. Looks like they got a deal with the Navy to develop low-cost missiles. Yeah, let's get that. How much was the deal worth? Selected by the Navy for low-cost near-hypersonic missiles. Let me bring this up on screen. Guys, smash that like button if you're new here. Or if not, if you're new here, smash the subscribe button. Smash that like button if you want us to continue doing this project. Okay, let me. Here we go. So we have Palatine AI has been awarded contract with the US Navy to develop an air-launched near-hypersonic long-range low-cost missile, air-launched rapid response missile. The alarm is expected to deliver near-hypersonic speed to long range at the fraction of the cost of air-breathing hypersonic weapons, meeting the Department of War's recent call for affordability without compromising capability. It exceeds 350 nautical mile flight distance at high altitude with sustained cruise speed. This is something I could get on board with, And designed to deliver a 150-pound warhead using an air-breathing solid fuel ramjet. Does it say how much the contract's for? No. Undisclosed. Is that? I think it is undisclosed, guys. I would smash it again if I could. Thank you, my guy. Guys, do you like this new project? Do you like that we will be doing everyday investing? Let the people decide what we cover, what we watch, what we invest in, and we'll grow it together as a group. I think it's exciting. The quote is from Baron Nathan's Mayor Rothschild. Is the quintessential mantra of country and investing. My God, that was a mouthful. Guys, let me see what you're saying in the poll. Okay, so 50% of you have bought today. Do let me know what you have bought today. 38% of you are not touching the market, and 12% of you wish you could, but you've no cash at the moment. I feel you guys feel the same way. And there was some guys wanting me to put 10k into the market for a community portfolio. Imagine that. Imagine I said to you guys, put 10k into a portfolio that you are not going to control yourself. The community will control. Would you have confidence in that? It depends how trusting I am of you guys. If someone really wants to screw me over, they'll just need a group together, and they could probably fill me with fake confidence. But look, we're gonna do nothing silly. Just bought 700 shares of Horizon. Look, I seem to be finding all the guys that are investing in Horizon Aircraft. I think I should get commissioned by Brandon, don't you think? Together as a community, we're going to start pushing Horizon Aircraft up. And that is not telling people to buy Horizon Aircraft before someone tries to do me for trying to pump the stock. But look, it's already gone up 178. All Horizon Aircraft needs is liquidity. If you get volume into this stock's going to start moving, whether it goes up or down. If you get extreme selling, it's going to go heavily down. But if you don't need much to start moving this stock. Trust me. What did Anthony say to me? This whole market cap is 70 million or so. Yeah. We have 4,700 subs. If 4,700 subs put 10k in, that's like 47 million. So we could move half the market cap in one day. Imagine what that would do. Just saying. Where do we invest in Dylan's camera? If you want to send a super chat, I'll send it straight to Dylan. No problem, my guy. You know what? I probably do need to get Dylan the camera, don't I? I need to get Dylan the camera, but you guys want me to spend 2k on a portfolio? Yeah, what do we do first? Do we do the portfolio? Do we do Dylan's camera? Where do you want me to do it? I'll be honest with you. Even Dylan couldn't believe how much you actually make from YouTube. You make hardly anything, because all that happens is, say like today I bought Trade and View there, and then we have Gainify, and then we run StreamYard, and then we have Canva, vidIQ, etc. It all, like, it just, you break even. Bought some Archer, missed DVLT and SoFi. Let me see where that is going. So Milestone Pharmaceuticals, 141, down 17%. What happened there? Missed on earnings? Is that? Have you been in them a while? I'll have a look at Mist. We can do a bit of a dive into them in a minute on Gainify. What is it? DV? Oh, I've done it wrong. DVLT. Data Vault. That's not looking healthy, is it? We can do one on Data Vault too. But I'm just telling you right now, that does not look too healthy of a stock. Todd, look into it, man. They're expecting full scale end of year, and they're beautiful fan and wing design, and plan on making a beautiful aircraft, FIKI certified. Anyone that doesn't know what FIKI is, fly into known icing. You need to be certified to fly into any known icing. Look, your commercial airliners have it, but the majority of your little Cessnas and stuff don't have it. So yeah, Archer and Joby don't currently have it. So they're able to fly in much harsher conditions. They're in wing fan design, prevents the likes of bird strikes taking out your fans too. And they're just a lot more efficient. So they open up the fan to take off and land, and then they also close up for more efficient flight. They have an FDA approved Drew just starting to sell this quarter. Both are very speculative. I thought this was quite speculative. I'm not going to lie to you. But look, good luck in it, my guy. I'm not dissing the stock whatsoever. I genuinely, we can look at it here if you want, actually. What was that one? DV. LT. Data vault. Let me switch over. So they're currently at 72 cents. Guys, feel free to throw any stock in. We can have a look at them. So Data Vault is a 402 million market cap company. Price to revenue is 2.32. Okay, that's not actually too bad. Data Vault, a data science company, owns and operates data management platforms by supercomputing capabilities in North America, Asia, Pacific, Europe, and internationally. The company offers data technology and software solutions to enable customers to thrive in the evolving landscape of data ownership, privacy, and security. Okay, they have 65 employees, and they're from... Guys, how do you pronounce this, yeah? I was calling it Oregon, but I was corrected by some of you guys in the comments. How would you pronounce that? Oregon, I say. But I'm not from the US, so do let me know. Financials. Okay, we are going over the last quarter. So, total revenue. What is going on? I'll be honest with you. $142 million in assets. Total assets 274. Current liabilities 26 million. I wouldn't touch them. I'll be honest with you. DVLT is forecasting a huge increase in revenue this year. Okay, so I'm sure I can get forecasts here. A 333 increase in revenue. I don't know. Forecasting 200 million in revenue. Was it 200 million? Oh, over the year. I don't know. I don't know if I'd touch it. This is just me. But look, you guys seem quite enthusiastic about it. It's forecasting. That's where you're from, Zed Stacker. Big shout out. What's it like over there? Do you know what? Yesterday was the hottest day of the year so far in Ireland. I don't know how to convert into Fahrenheit for you guys. I use degrees Celsius. Anyone that can convert, it was 17 degrees Celsius. But then we had ice again this morning, so yeah. It's swings and roundabouts. What was the other one you were speaking about? MIST. Milestone Pharmaceuticals. Okay, so 172 million. Analysts are projecting a 660. What are we currently at? 142. Biotechnology company. Didn't I say what I thought of biotechnology companies earlier? I just think if if they get any breakthroughs, I just feel like they get acquired by J&J, Pfizer, etc. 1683 price to revenue. Where a pharmaceutical company focuses on development and commercialization of cardiovascular medicines in the United States and Canada. The company's lead product candidate is a tripamil, a novel and potent calcium channel blocker. Okay, 33 employees from Montreal. Mist is just starting to generate revenue. Okay. And they're expecting 37.52 in the first quarter. Financials. It might be a nice little trade. Okay, there's no revenue, so I don't even know where I'm looking now. I don't know. $6.67 million. 7.75. There might be a nice little trade, but I can see what you're trying to do. You're trying to, as they go, generate revenue. They may push up, but I don't know. I'm worried about that. 142. I'm falling. Do let me know how they get on. They reported this morning. Okay, did they? Thanks, Z-Stacker. Industrial laser tech is pretty interesting too. Have you heard of other laser companies beside LASE? The only lasers I have heard of is Mineric that Rocket Lab acquired. But that was just for laser terminals. Lasers. Doesn't what's his name? The light path do lasers, or are they only infrared optics and that? Do let me know. Market cap 3.21. This thing is tiny. I would not touch that with the barge pole. Laser Amprius, vertically integrated manufacturing company for photon. I wouldn't go near that. But I'm not a madman for micro market cap, so do let me know. Their drug, Cardium Mist, is a user administrative and can save a trip to the emergency room. Okay. But then, is that their only like go-to product? Because can that be replicated? I know there's probably a patent behind it, but could large pharma replicate that? That's what I'd be worried about. Let me get back to what's happening in America right now, where you seem to be sitting on that level, just above $600 for the S&P, down 0.83%. Yes, would take years. Fair play, but at the same time, I don't want to be investing in a company where they only have one major edge, and it can be replicated in years, though. Like however long it took them to make it, the likes of J&J could do it 10 times quicker. I know the regulation behind it is what will slow it down, but to actually come up with the technology behind it J&J would replicate it quite quickly. But then you could see these be bought out by a major pharmacy, and if that's something you're interested in, and the stock price being pushed up from there, that's a decent shot too. Look, I'm just not major into... Look, by trade, I'm an animal scientist, but I'm just not major into pharmaceutical companies or biotech. Some people are and make a lot of money in it, but Horizon 180, look guys, it's because you buy in. It's because you guys keep buying. Didn't I say resistance 180? Once we get out of our 180 range, you watch everyone jump into Horizon now because we've got back to 180, but they wouldn't buy it at 177. Makes me laugh. Horizon is still a buy. Horizon is a buy. Anything around this 180 is a buy. People will be laughing that I'm so pinned down on Horizon and 180, but you can see why. When it was going up to 420 and so, I think it was intraday, it trades at 420 at one stage. I think it closed at like 380 or so. Everyone was calling for $10, and I said, no, I wouldn't be buying anything until around 180. Now, I did pick up little tiny bits of like 185 and so like that, but 180, I've been stuck to this 180, and it could go lower, but I just thought there was massive resistance here. Yes, would not invest heavily in these. Yeah, I just wouldn't overexpose in any of them. They look quite speculative. The market cap's quite low. I just wouldn't. I'm not a man for throwing a heap of money at a micro market cap. I'm saying that you're probably going to see me throw a heap in this challenge once we start building that out. I want to back Horizon just to show the guys that, yes, I am invested in Horizon. Like, I am invested in their journey. So, yeah, it will make me laugh. What do you think? What stock should we go for when we first open up the portfolio? Are we going to go for, are we going to try and move it quickly, or are we just going to be safe? Are we going to go a little bit of Tesla here and a little bit of Google? Are we going to do like proper investing and try and teach people? Or are we going to make it fun? Are we going to try and get it moving quick? Are we going to go Horizon Aircraft and stuff? Like, what would be interesting? Say, like, if you were downright sure, and look, this is not financial advice, and I'm not going to hold it against you, but if you were, like, hand on heart, you thought one of those pharmaceutical companies are going to take off, wouldn't it be fun to throw a little bit of money on that in the community portfolio? At least we can see where it goes. And then jumping across, let me go back to X. Donald Trump a year ago said this is a great time to buy, and remember what happened. Who's waiting for the Donald Trump tell you to buy the market? We're in extreme fear, but we're coming out of extreme fear now. It looks like, if someone has shared the right post there on X, it looks like we're going back into fear mode, but it seems unlikely because we're still selling off, and I'm not seeing massive movement anywhere. Oh no, extreme fear is quite heavily down. Guys, did you see Jeff Bezos is in talks to raise 100 billion for a new AI manufacturing fund? So what they're basically going to do is go in, acquire manufacturing companies, and then alter them with AI and robotics to be more efficient, etc. It could be a nice little learner, but would you back Jeff one of these? I don't know, is it going to be a private fund, or can you invest in it? I'm presuming it's a private fund that he's heading. Then let me see what else. Rolly says, what would be your honest opinion, if you can, on biomia fusion? Okay, let's do that again in Gainify. So $77.7 million. Another micro. 6 analysts saying a buy up $7. What are we at? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Oh no, maybe it hasn't been as. Price revenue is 3602 by EMEA clinical stage diabetes and obesity medicines company focused on discovery and development of oral covalent small molecule drugs to treat patients with metabolic disease in the US. 42 employees. San Carlos. Control DNA repair. They're starting to produce revenue, are they? Okay, the last few quarters, they seem to be. No, it's just the cost of sales. What's their forecast looking like, Rolly? Because at the moment, I wouldn't go near that either. Total assets 49 million. 55 altogether. Current liabilities 15. Nah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I would. I've about 1,000 shares at 250 the last two times. I cut my losses. They both 5x within 2 months of me selling my shares. Yeah, it's gonna keep doing that. It's just gonna it's gonna keep bouncing around. I see it goes down to $1, goes up to 117, up to 160, down to 1, up to 140, down to 1. Okay, do you know what I'd do? Yeah, if you're heavily down in it, I'd wait. If it holds that $1 range, you're all good. The only problem is if it breaks that $1 range, you're in risk of being delisted. And the market cap's that low, I just reckon you will get delisted. I don't even think you're gonna. What are they gonna do? Like 80 million market cap. Here, mate, I'll be honest. I'd get out when you can, and I'd stick away from it. Focus on your Palantir and your Kratos and your Archer Aviation. I wouldn't go near this. Now, if someone thinks I'm wrong with that, do jump in and let me know, but I don't know. I wouldn't be confident behind it. Steve says, what? That is Energis Corporation. Okay, let's have a look at that. Energis Corporation. We have You guys love these micros, don't you? If this is what we're going to be doing, micro market caps, we could make a lot of money on it, but we could lose a lot of money on these micros. But I like your thinking. Go on. 23.93 price target. Just this is why I don't trust these analysts. $13 price target, and it's one analyst. 5.98 price to earnings. Energies Corporation. I see Mobix there too. That's enough of micro. I know that already. They're the it'll come to my head now. These provide wireless charging system solutions in the United States. The company develops over-the-air wireless power network technology that integrates advanced, semiconductors. That's what a Mobix is, isn't it? Semiconductors. Software controls, hardware design, and antenna systems that enable radio frequency-based charging of Internet of Things devices. Its applications include retail sensors, electronic shelf labels, asset trackers. Okay. 26 employee. Where is it from? Oh. Don't tell me this has happened again, guys. It looks like the whole thing has crashed on me again. I may be back in 2 minutes. And we're back again. I can't believe that happened. Again. We crashed out. Yeah, guys, we're back. We're back again. I don't know, is it to do... I keep getting a notification from X before it crashes, and I don't know, is it to do with X running the stream on X as well. So potentially it's to do with running the stream on both X and YouTube. So we'll continue with just YouTube. So as I said yesterday, if the stream ever goes down, either jump across to X or jump across to YouTube. Yeah, look, YouTube views are starting to jump back up again. So we were talking about Enders Corporation, weren't we? Before we completely tapped out. Financials, we'll have a look at them here. The problem with biotech companies is the sector is riddled with Ponzi schemes. I avoid biotech sector like a plague. Zone of Ender, I'm in agreement with you, my guy. I think biotech, as soon as something goes well, you get it acquired by one of the companies, or they just sell the patents off to one of the big companies. Total revenue. Let's go over the quarter. 1.272 million gross profit, 0.45. Negative 2.1 operating. Mate, I think this is another one that I just can't get behind any of these micro market caps. Let's go over the quarter. $16.58 million into current assets. Total is 17.83. Your liabilities, 4.1. Yeah, I think you'll be okay, but it's not something that I would be jumping to get on. It's pushing up recently. Pushing up quite a bit recently, isn't it? It's not something I'd be jumping into. Price revenue is actually quite good, 5.98, but I don't know. I wouldn't be jumping in left, right, and center into it. Mobix. I know Anthony liked Mobix. They had a nice little deal recently too, didn't they? Some people are quite interested in Mobix. 107 million market cap. They did have a massive jump. Can you let me know why? Did they reverse split? Mobix designs, develops, and sells components and systems for advanced wireless and wire connectivity. I thought they were a semiconductor, weren't they? The company's wireless system solutions include products for advanced RF and millimeter wave 5G communications. Oh, Mobix. Did Mobix have a deal with SpaceX at one stage? Or am I wrong there? I'm nearly certain Mobix had a deal with SpaceX. Let me see what's been going on with Mobix. Why have they 10x'd all of a sudden? Are they being delisted? Oh no, I think they're being delisted, aren't they? They're... Oh no, I'm in the wrong one. No, is that reporting the wrong figures? Oh no, it is. It's 43. Okay. It enters smart munitions market through anti-drone feasibility program. They win a defense. Oh yeah, they won a defense contract, didn't they, for Tomahawk missile components? That was quite interesting, to be fair. But yeah, Business Wire is saying today they're entering the smart munitions market for anti-drone feasibility program. It doesn't say how much capital they're getting for that. I don't know. I'm not wild on Mobix. Missile contract because war shot up. And that's the thing, like, it feels like everyone's jumping across to defense. And I really don't think defense is the sector to be jumping into right now, because especially when everyone's speaking, I know we can't guarantee de-escalation in the war, but everyone's speaking about de-escalation and in the near term. So I wouldn't be backing. I do think it will go on longer than we anticipate, but I just wouldn't be banking on it. I wouldn't be reallocate. Well, look, I wouldn't be able to reallocate my portfolio. No, I'd be silly to go sell an Archer and Joby right now. But with Joby, I'd probably get away with. But imagine that the eVTOL guy sells Joby to get into this. But will RS? Oh, so it will reverse split or be delisted. Yeah, look, you can stay below the dollar for, is it 3 months or is it 6 months? I can't remember. I really don't invest in micro market caps, but then you either reverse split or be delisted. But look, with a market cap of 107 million, you're just gonna tank your stock, and it's painful, isn't it? I wouldn't like to be there. I really wouldn't like to be there. Where's Horizon sitting now? They're back at 178. So you guys did pull it over that 180 range, and we're back at 178. Guys, any more stocks you want us to have a dive into, do let me know. Also, smash that like button, especially if you haven't already. Do smash it. It helps me more than you realize. Gives me motivation to keep going in these streams. Let me see that. Yeah. So at the moment, what are we saying? 46% of you said you're buying today, 38% of you said you're not buying today, and 15% of you said you would, but no cash. I've got one here. Okay. So this be an interesting one. Right. So would you invest in micro market caps? Yes, no, and no, but I'm interested in seeing micro market caps. Do vote in that poll, and it will help steer the stream as we go forward. I'm a bit like AI, aren't I? I'm learning on the job. This is my first day on the job. It's like starting a new job, isn't it? My first day on the job of doing a opening hour stream. They are quite interesting. It's a little bit different to what I'm used to. I'm used to talking about eVTOLs all day, every day. But no, it's nice to get into something different. And hopefully that include hover. Are we going to say it includes hover? I don't always class hover as a micro market cap because I invest in them. But yeah, we can include hover in it because they are a micro market cap. Can you explain your market cap theory? Okay. So, you have no ability to generate cash when your market cap is so low. If you want to do a capital raise, you're just going to absolutely destroy your company if you keep diluting under micro market cap conditions. You need the stock to stay above $1 for NASDAQ compliance. So put it this way. Rocket Lab recently announced a cash raise of $1 billion. Their stock went down like 5%. Joby Aviation, when they announced a capital raise of $1 billion, I can't even remember how much it went down. These guys wouldn't even be able to pull $1 billion if they tried. It'd be impossible. Also, I'm in the right micros. You need to know what you're doing and size accordingly. Ondas was a micro when I got in. Look, guys, you need to follow Vasi and see. You need to follow Chris, because I am telling you, this guy has, ever since I've known him, this guy's been making bank. And I am gutted I didn't follow him in on Ondas. And you can see what's happened with Ondas. Chris, did you see UMAC and Ondas apparently have bought up some of the shares? Do you think, Chris, that people will start jumping out of UMAC now because they're going to get the exposure in Ondas anyway, plus Ondas is so much safer? Or do you think people are just going to be as willing to back UMAC? Do let me know. Also, I haven't added Rocket Lab to the watch list. I cannot believe that. I thought I haven't said Rocket Lab today. So Rocket Lab are down 6.41%. My God, you know what? I am so tempted to go in and buy some more Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab down to 67.30 at the moment. I'm telling you, SpaceX IPO, they're merging with XAI, and you've seen the push forward with data centers in space. Don't forget the Neutron, launching at the end of the year. Don't forget about, like, we're on about defense, but don't forget we have Golden Dome as well. So like, there's just so much going on. I'm just excited what Rocket Lab have in store. Guys, smash that like button as you get into the stream. It really helps me out. Also, smash that subscribe button. We're gonna try and pass that 5,000 goal pretty soon. So, would you invest in micro market caps? 100% of you said yes. Taurus, come and go. UMAC diluted 150 million and Ondas invested. I'm still long. I trimmed last week on the run. I'm ready for the next leg up. UMAC had earnings and I interviewed the CEO that evening. Guys, yeah, Chris goes around interviewing CEOs of all these major drone companies. So do make sure you followed him on X. Is your name on X? Is your name on X Crispy, or is it Vasi and C? I'm nearly certain it's Crispy, but it could be at Vasi and C as well. Do make sure you follow him, and you can hear him speaking to many of the major CEOs in that drone space, because lots of you guys seem to be quite interested in Ondas and such. Then let's get back to TradingView. Crispy is just a label. Okay, so it's VAS CNC. Make sure you're following VAS CNC. Yeah, Rocket Lab down 6.52%. What's happening with Rocket Lab? Ooh, Redwire. They're doing a training event, are they? I can't see it quickly, but what's happening with Rocket Lab today? Ascent Solar ASTI I'll be talking to on April 3rd. Let's have a look at ASTI. Are you investing in ASTI? 477 down 6.10. Is the whole... Yeah, look. That's looking nice. What was the all-time high? Are you invested in Ascent Solar? Let's bring them up on 43.85. Oh, they have been pushing though, haven't they, over the last year? Yeah, I pulled gains in the run up. Me round trip now. It's back to my cost basis. So Ascent Solar, a solar technology company, engages in the manufacture and sale of photovoltaic solar modules in the US. The company's technology provides renewable power solutions to high-value production. Solar market includes space power beaming, aerospace, satellites, near-Earth orbit. That's an interesting one to get into, especially with all the data centers coming out now. I might follow you in on that, and I know I'm after saying about micro market caps, but I might follow you back in on that. What are they today? 486. Yeah. Me and Crispy may be going into Ascent Solar. Film CIGS panels. They've done power beaming and ocean drones with DARPA. Okay. Guys, when you put solar panels in space as well, they're a lot cheaper to actually build because you don't need the weatherproofing materials that go on the outside. You know that the expensive material that you use on the outside of a solar panel, you don't need it. And it's 10%, 10 times, 10x, 10 times more efficient in space. No atmosphere up there. Right. So, what have we got right now? 100% of you are ready to invest in micro market caps. I love it. We've just got another subscriber. I'm buzzed about that. Guys, if you are... Vaccine C said it could pull back harder, maybe worth to watch. These things have the highest power density by kilo. Okay, we're adding that to the watch list. You're pulling me into this micro market cap business. People are going to think I'm an absolute idiot. But yeah, I love it. Let me see there quickly. Guys, if you haven't, smash that subscribe button. We're pushing towards 5,000, 4,712 of us in this community. We said it with Horizon Aircraft, yeah? If each of us actually did put 10,000 into it, you're putting half the market cap onto the company, again, in investment. Not financial advice, but that is how small we're talking with micro market caps. But that's what makes me laugh when people say you can move like Archer and Joby. There's no way you can move Archer and Joby. Because what, if all of us put 10,000 in, we move it by 47 million. You see how much the likes of the big institutes invest in something doesn't move. So, yeah, when someone says I'm on X pumping Archer Aviation with what, 1,000 followers, 1,400 followers, there's not a fear. Don't look at OPTX then, especially don't look at the role in optical terminals for Amazon, Leo, and Anduril eagle eye headsets. It's all speculation, but warming up. You're getting me going on that. Apparently, AMPX do supply the batteries for Amazon's drones. Do you see Amazon today acquired a robotics company? They're based in Zurich. So any of you guys that weren't aware, Amazon, they also got a deal with NVIDIA. Was it for 1 million chips? 1 million sounds not much. It must have been 1 billion. I'll have a look now in 2 seconds. Right, so we'll go across the market again. Bit of an update. S&P's dropped even further, down 1.08%. That's not great, is it? We are going to close below 200-day moving average, I think. Ondas down 6.79%. Zeta, some of you were speaking about it yesterday, down 0.41%. Iron, one of our friends' favorites from earlier, 2.35%. UMAC just keeps falling, 17.74% down. But will we fill that gap within the next few weeks? Potentially. Archer cannot catch a break. We're continuing the downtrend. This has just done a lower low. 577, 3.99% down. I said it's getting to the stage where 350 or so could be on the cards. I don't want to jinx it, but it could be. Joby down 4.28%. It has fell past that 950 range, and it seems like we are heading towards $9. Are we going to go towards that 850 that I said earlier? Potentially. But again, great opportunity if you haven't loaded up on Archer or Joby and you really want to. Great opportunity. Redwire down 4.88%, 916. Should I get back in? Potentially it would. If it ran back to where I originally bought it, would be 50% gain on it. PANW down 3.99%. We are having a worrying day now, and I am presuming something has kicked off in Iran for the whole market to be tanking even more. Let me just quickly go through what's been happening. I can't see. If anyone knows what's happening at the moment to tank the market, do let me know. But this looks like there could be escalation in Iran. Oh, did you see? Iran has officially monetized the Strait of Hormuz. So they're actually taking 2 million per voyage off the ships that are passing for them not to shoot at them. That is insane. So they're accepting it in cash, crypto, or bartering. Yeah. 3,200 ships and 40,000 sailors are waiting on the other side of the price tag. Triple witching today, quad witching. Kratos. Saw a B-52 bomber on the flight radar passing over Israel. Yeah, so it continues. The story continues in Iran. Just in, President Trump says US wants to talk to Iran, but there's nobody to talk to. The leaders are all gone. So now we genuinely don't know who we're dealing with. Yeah, it's coming from everywhere. Trump says he wants to talk to Iran, but there's no one to talk to. So the market is tanking. We don't know who we're dealing with anymore, but we're obviously dealing with some very dangerous people because they just seem to be attacking everyone. And that doesn't tell me that the war is going to de-escalate anytime soon. They're just going to have to keep attacking, aren't they? Trump is trolling. I seen he said something yesterday that was quite controversial. I'm not even going to repeat it. Yeah, fear index is it's looking like an empty fuel tank at the moment. Robinhood socials now live, guys. Anyone that's on Robinhood, do let us know what the social aspect is like on it. I do invest on eToro because I don't have Robinhood over here. I can get it in the UK though, and that is the brokerage I will be using for our portfolio. Yeah, Amazon acquired robotic startup River to test four-legged delivery robots to doorsteps. Did you see SMCI? Yeah, they were going smuggling. He was smuggling NVIDIA chips to China. It's like a no-go, isn't it? Can't believe it. But I can't believe it. Money talks, doesn't it? Right, Rocket Lab's launch is happening within the next hour or so. Taking profits on Iridium calls to protect my irresponsible Ondas bags. I don't want to know how much you have in Ondas Vast, but of a percentage of your portfolio, how heavy are you in Ondas? Do let me know. Let me see here. Okay, we've had one person vote no, they're not, or they wouldn't invest in micro market caps. Yeah. I'm not normally one that would, but look, I'm in that boat now too. Gamers Nexus YouTube channel broke the story originally. Wild. 10% of your portfolio is in Ondas, says Distrack. Yeah, we'll have to add Ondas to the community portfolio once it gets going. Ondas is 14% of commons and 15% in cons. Right, guys. Do you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. My throat is getting sore because I've been up all morning. And I know to you guys, this is if these prices keep dropping, we'll all be in micros. Yeah. I'll be joining you in the micros with Archer and Joby pretty soon, won't I? Yeah, I know it's like what, nearly 2:00 over there Eastern time, but it's not 6:00 here. Lightpath is my latest or my largest holding. Yeah, Lightpath. You were quite big on, aren't you? Let me have a look at Lightpath in a moment. Lightpath down 7.57%. I'm not even looking at the percentages now, guys, because that is just a sea of red when I look at it now. But let me actually, out of interest, Horizon Aircraft is flat. Horizon Aircraft has not been affected by this pullback. I'm telling you, it's like one of the safest bets now, Horizon Aircraft. I don't know why. Is it because the volatility, the liquidity just ain't there in the stock? I don't know. Retail just seemed to be able to hold it pretty nicely. Guys, do smash that like button as you're getting into the stream, though. What does Rhino say? Everyone talking, or everyone taking money out over the weekend? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, that could be it, you know. as the weekend comes to a close, people want to save their money because Monday could open pretty painful. I'm hoping that Horizon ends today at 180 because I don't want to close below that. Same with Archer. Archer needs to get back to $6. They just don't look like it's going to happen. Joby needs to get back to 950. Don't look like it's going to happen. It's painful times to be investing now, isn't it? But it's beautiful times too. Like, especially if you're new to the market, these are great opportunities. You're going to be in for a great time. I've seen see these things happen, tourists come and go. I hold the line in order of conviction, and that's the thing. Just let's forget about the prices. Let's concentrate on shares, the amount of shares you own in your portfolios. Prices fluctuate, they go up and down. Think of it like a supermarket. Yeah. Sometimes we're in sale, but look, inflation always happens, so prices do go up. Round the skin. But if you're out, could also miss if it opens up. And that's the thing. I just believe being invested. I know it's painful sometimes, like now when the market has such great opportunities and you just haven't the powder there. But imagine it went the opposite way. You'd be gutted that you weren't in. So we're disappointed when it's up. We're disappointed when it's down. I just don't know. We'll never be happy, will we? When it flies up now, he'll be, I wish I bought X amount of Horizon, X amount of Archer, X amount of UMAC, Tesla. Interesting one. Where's Tesla now? Okay, Tesla sank again to 371. So is it going to go lower than it was earlier? Great opportunity for Tesla. Anything else happening at the moment? I like to make small buys. John says if it goes up, at least I bought some. If it goes down, I'll buy more lower. You're actually smashing that DCA in then, my guy. I'm a bit of an idiot. I said to Dylan that I would keep purchasing, or keep cash inside and not keep purchasing, but no, I was fully invested, and again, I've got caught with the pants down, but it is what it is. Yeah, guys, what I'm gonna do, my throat is drying up at the moment, so I'm gonna be back in about 10 minutes. Do make sure you stick around. Just go get a cup of tea. If you're at work, just sit, chill out, relax a little bit. Feel free to keep jumping into the chat, and I'll be back in literally 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and we'll continue with the show. Right, guys, we get straight back to it here. Let me jump in. There we go. Sorry, my guys. I just had to take a quick break for a second. Do you know what? It's going to take some getting used to this. Rocket Lab looks like they're having a successful project at the moment. Yeah, so Electron has successfully have they got past battery jettison yet? No. So they're coming close towards battery jettison. So anyone that's invested in Rocket Lab, it looks like another successful launch is on the cards. Then let's get back to it. Distract them says, have a Guinness. I feel like I need a Guinness after this, my guy. I feel like I'm lagging a little bit. And I don't know why. Let me end that poll for a second. And we'll see if we can slow it all down. There we go. So, guys, what stock do we want to have a look at now next? Let me see what's going on across the whole world at the moment. Vaccine Seat says, missed the Electron success so far. It looks like a clean mission. Yeah, it's looking pretty cool. I've been trying to keep an eye on it while I was having a cup of tea there, not going to lie. How do you guys feel about Lockheed Martin? Iran's president says Iran does not seek conflict with neighbors and it does not seek nuclear weapons. Seems like a strange statement to make, doesn't it? Yeah, Emirates have still suspended operations in... Oh no, okay, so Emirates have now resumed 100% of their operations in the UAE. No, 100% of Emirates operations will be in operation from the 29th. So in 9 days' time, they seek to resume operations in the UAE. We've seen that there's been a lot of flights cancelled in the UAE. Oh, just in, video shows Iranian ballistic missile fragments striking Jerusalem's old city. Jerusalem just seems... It's where three religions just collide, isn't it? So I wouldn't be caught in Jerusalem, especially at the moment. Artemis scheduled for April 1st. Will we cover the Artemis mission live? That could be interesting. I know it's a little bit different, but it could be interesting. Iran's current regime cannot be trusted. Yeah, I wouldn't trust any of them in that regime. And I think that's what Trump is alluding to. They don't know who's in charge. I don't think it matters who's in charge. I think they all have one agenda, and it's they don't want America to do well. Beta technology over in the UK at the moment. Pretty cool. The S&P and the Nasdaq has seen a combined outflow of 64 billion over the last 3 months. That's the most on record. Paul says, I got enough of 50 shares of Archer and SMCI today. Just give them time. Yeah, I think SMCI will bounce back. It just doesn't look good today. It's just not what they needed, was it? Archer just, they can't catch a break, can they? Where are they now? 581. So a little bit of relief there, but that just looks like a bit of a breather before we continue on that downtrend. But I could be wrong. But that's looking like that is going to continue going down. We've what? Is it an hour and a half left before we close? So unless this, we see a big, beautiful green candle, which I'm not expecting, we're going to close below $6 for the week. And that is not good. $6 was heavy, heavy resistance. And this doesn't look good. SMCI needs a whole new management team. They can't be trusted either now, can they? Yeah, where SMCI sitting at now. So anyone that's just came into the stream, these guys were exporting NVIDIA chips to China, 2.5 billion worth, and they've been caught. So, yeah, we fell off a cliff there. Down 30% in the day. Artemis mission April 1st isn't going to happen. Do you not think? They're not going through the testing again, are they? I thought they were just planning on going straight for it. But it does look unlikely to happen, especially with conflict going on. But it's going to have a scheduling mishap. Do you think they'd fail the tests again? I thought there's no way with humans on board they won't go through the testing period again, but apparently they are. True, a new management team would be good, but $40 billion revenue this year and growing. It's just what sanctions get put against them for exporting chips? Is that going to be a lawsuit, or how is it going to work, guys? Whatever it is, it don't look good. But again, it's going to recover. It wouldn't surprise me Monday a day back at $25. So I wouldn't panic too much. What else been happening across the world? Yeah, anyone that doesn't know as well, the US have deployed another 2,500 troops to the UAE and 3 extra warships. Or not to the UAE, across down to Iran. So yeah, more or less to the UAE. So yeah, we are getting boots on the ground, and that is the first step to being in there for a long time. We've seen what happened with Iraq. We've seen what happened with Afghanistan. Is it going to be the same? But then how long does the market stay in panic? Like, I know the difference is these guys are attacking the actual energy infrastructure. They're attacking any of the ships. Like, it's not funny, but I laugh because they're just so unpredictable and they're just idiots. That whole Iranian regime. I just front run an April Fool's Day joke. Last year, SMCI had accounting issues. We know what the accounting issues were. Breaking: US rejected Putin's offer to trade Iran's intel for Ukrainian intel. What? Surely that didn't happen. That has to be a joke. Google has started privately testing the Gemini app for the Mac. fake news. I'm sorry, I would put X up on the screen, but just since this conflict has kicked off, you know the kind of videos you get on X, and yes, I'd be banned from YouTube very, very quickly if I started putting up what was happening in the war through video. That'd be insane. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not a man for politics or anything like that. There's nothing major that needs to be covered. Where's the S&P going now? Look, 1.3 down. It's done with J. Trump. 1.3 down. So as this goes down, you're going to see a complete capitulation in the speculative stocks. Archer still dropping. Ondas down 7.53%. Zeta down 1.28%. Iran down 2.02%. UMAC have invested or have issued a cash raise, and Ondas have acquired some shares there from UMAC. So if you want exposure to UMAC, but UMAC's a little bit too risky for you, Ondas might be a nice little play for you. It's a ticker, DJT. Yeah? Trump media. I wouldn't invest in that. Yeah. I'm not even going to do a review on that. That is a joke. Are you invested in Trump media? I wouldn't go near it. Archer seems to be that they're settling around 580. Wouldn't surprise me if we close there. Wouldn't surprise me if we close at 570. Not gonna lie. Joby 924. Probably close around 930 or so. Redwire down 4.78%. 917. Do I get back in Redwire? 50% move if I hold it to my original buy position. Anyone in EOS? Didn't they have management issues or management trust issues? I heard that from somewhere. I can't clarify, but is anyone in EOS? It was quite exciting for some people. Aren't they going for power grids? So if your power goes down, am I correct there with EOS? I'm bullish on AMPX. They've had an incredible earnings. I'm waiting for them to for the excitement to die down a little bit, and I want to get in around $14. Again, buy range, anything between. I'm saying 12.50 to 14, but look, 11 to about 12.50 is probably an ideal buy range. Nvidia down 2.44%. If you think Jensen Huang came out the last day and said $1 trillion in revenue, $50 trillion industry, the robotics industry, and we're just falling down 2.4% for Nvidia. It shows it's just a macro pullback, guys. John says, yes, large battery installations. Okay, do you know what? We'll add EOS to the list because I do think battery technology is something we do need to cover more. I don't think it's covered enough across the sector. So, yeah, EOS we're going to add. Thank you for that, John. ONDS earnings will either be a yeah or a yeah event firm. EOS is all sizzle, no strike. Vast, are you covering the earnings? Guys, I presume Vast will be covering the earnings for ONDS. Make sure to follow Vast CNC on X. He covers all your major drone stocks. He does interview many of your major drone CEOs. So, guys, yeah, make sure to follow Vast. We need to pin a date down, yeah? We need to do a podcast with you about drones because you're actually so interesting to speak to. You're so interesting to listen to. You actually make it sound exciting. So, yeah, we need to pin you down. I'll be listening and tweeting, probably not streaming it. Okay, so if Vast isn't streaming it, we might stream it, guys. If you want us to stream ONDS, do you know what? I'll put it up in a poll. If you want us to stream the ONDS earnings, let me know in that poll there. Do you want us to cover ONDS earnings? And what could be interesting, I know, Chris, you can be busy, you have a lot of commitments, but even if you came on even a few days later or whenever you're free after the ONDS and you can help share your thoughts on it. The other EOS in Australia is interesting. I don't play on foreign exchanges, but I missed a lot not going in. I'd love you to cover quantum stocks. Okay, so have I put IonQ on the... We'll add IonQ to the watch list. What other quantum stocks would you like us to cover? What I like about IonQ, they acquired Capella Space, and Rocket Lab had contracts with Capella Space. IonQ down 2.19%. But look, the whole industry is just pulling back, isn't it? ASTI down 6.1. Rocket Lab, my beloved Rocket Lab, down 6.35%. Look, you both said, are we going to say snap? RGTI. Rigetti Computing. Okay, let's get this. Let's bring up Rigetti on Gainify. That could be an interesting one. Rigetti Computing. This is more like a company I like. 5.65 billion market cap. This is a proper company. And that's no disrespect, but some of the companies earlier, I was scratching my head. Okay, price to revenue is extreme, but I feel like all quantum's like that at the moment. 227.4 price to earnings. We're currently trading at 1479 with highs over the last year of what? 56. Okay. We've had 11 analysts give a price target of 33.21 with an outperform rating. You know I'm not big on analysts. Outstanding shares at 330 million. Rigetti spaghetti is a limp noodle. Okay, so anyone that doesn't know, Rigetti Computing, through its subsidies, it builds quantum computers and the superconducting quantum processors in the United States, the United Kingdom, the rest of Europe, Asia, and internationally. The company offers quantum processing units, or QPUs, and quantum computing systems through a cloud in the form of quantum computing as a service products. It provides a 9-qubit quantum processing unit under the Novera QPU trade name, a 4-qubit anchor-free system under the name Novera QPU, and sells access to its quantum computers through QCAS. Employees 163. We'll look across the financials. So, over the last quarter, total revenue 1.868 million. Gross profit 0.652. Operating profit is negative 22. What kind of cash do they have? 44.85 million. Total assets of 454 in current and total of 666 liabilities. Okay, so current liabilities 12.152 and total. I could get behind that, but it could be a long time trying to get your money out, couldn't you? But then I feel like quantum, it's like being priced in, isn't it? So I feel like when quantum does start booming, it's going to go exponential. That's one to watch. I'm not actually that negative on that. I don't mind that, guys. Well done on spotting that. Vassy thinks this is spaghetti limp noodle. QUBT. Do you want me to add them to the watch list as well? Let's go back and add them to the watch list. NASDAQ is down 10% from all-time highs, guys. Thank you, John, for sharing that with us. Right, so what are we going for? QUBT. Quantum computing. So this is a smaller company, but it is beating on earnings. All right, we'll add them to the watch list. Have we got them there? All right. INFQ declined an interview. Now they're under 10. They may come back into interest. INFQ, FEIM, and maybe IMQ are the only quantum names where to look, in my humble opinion. So, INFQ. So they declined an interview with you, did they? I don't know if I would want to. I don't appreciate the ones that would come looking again. Oh shit! I wouldn't appreciate the ones that would come looking for an interview. Do you know when they need help? Frequency electronics. Chris, you love these small little market caps, don't you? I don't know why. Am I just a dinosaur? But IonQ seems to be the only quantum computing I would ever have even anticipated that I would go in. You don't want to be the last one holding the bag there. IonQ was the only player that managed the momentum wave well by acquiring companies that had nothing to do with quantum but complementary. There's prettier girls at the dance. It was a scheduling thing. I didn't take any ill will from it. Oh, okay. So it wasn't. That's fair play. I thought they declined the interview and now they may come back. And I thought, anyone that would do that to me? No. I've had that with one eVTOL company. And then they went seeking us to interview them again. And now they're going through some very troublesome times. Nudge, nudge, hint, hint who it may be. They're going through very troublesome times now, and they could do with their volume being moved. And yes, I decline all interviews with them because they declined with me when the going was good. Yeah, like VU keeps pushing down. It's now down 1.5% from today. I played a double on FEIM, and they've been around since the 70s. They've been around since the 70s, have they? That's an interesting one. Look, Archer's still pushing down. That is insane. What else going on in the world at the moment? Let's have a look. X officially integrates AI content detection feature. I know they have, yeah, because I put up the thumbnail to this video last night and it said this was made with AI. And I thought, no shit, it's made with AI. It's me balancing on a tightrope across a building. Who would think that is true? I'm in the middle of Ireland. I'd find it hard to find skyscrapers anyway. And then me bouncing on a tightrope. That'd be a long time coming. Joby, join us for a special YouTube premiere tonight, taking an immense journey into the next chapter of the American. Guys, set your alarms for 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Joby are doing a premiere on YouTube. We could cover it, but I think I'd get banged for copyright if we covered that, especially the fact that it's coming from YouTube. So I think I'll leave that to Joby to push out themselves. Now, I don't think they would pursue copyright against me because Archer and Joby have been pretty nice to me with not chasing me for copyright, but to be fair, it's not like I'm like beating down the stock, is it? The MDA Shield IDIQ was a shopping list. Extreme fear seems to be, yeah, stock market plunges the most amount of fear since November. You can tell that though. Everyone's just so deflated, aren't they? What time is that in the UK? What time's the Joby Aviation one? So at the moment, there's a 4-hour difference. 29th it changes, so it's what, 11 o'clock over here PM. But at the moment, it is 22:07 in the evening. And what is it for you? Anyone on Eastern time, it's 22:03. It's a little bit strange for me. I actually nearly missed Beta's earnings because you guys in the US do change your clocks forward about a month before we do. And it happened on Beta Technologies earnings. And I said, still, yeah. I said, I'll be streaming now at 1:30. And he was like, no, it was the day before. I told the guys that I'd be on at, was it 7 p.m. their time? And next thing I land on at 8. And they're wondering, like, what am I doing? But it was because the clocks. And yeah, if they didn't tell me, then it would have been a long day for Beta's earnings. Hover's now at 172. It's a worry. It's a worry if they don't hold that 180 for the wake, because that 180 will soon turn into a ceiling again. Yeah, they are. They're at 172, down 3.37. Guys, you know what? We said you guys can move Horizon Aircraft. Go in. Someone go in and it's now 171. Let me bring it up. Yeah, you guys can move Horizon Aircraft. Someone go in and just buy up all their shares. Thank you very much, please. Rhino Skin says, going out now, great stream. Liam, till next time. Big shout out, my guy. Thank you so much for supporting. And yeah, it's day one at the office. It's a bit clunky at the moment. It will get a lot more smooth. We will be able to talk a little bit more openly and freely when we have a portfolio in front of us that we're all helping move together. So yeah, don't be afraid to come in, have your say, guys. 4 votes so far. Guys, jump in, have a vote there. Do you want us to cover ONDS earnings? 50% says yes. 50% says no. Then AI investor sentiment, 52% negative. I know. Let me run a poll here quickly. Right, that is an anonymous poll, yeah? So I can't see who votes on it. Be honest, and this is for the community. Be honest, how are you feeling at the moment? And this is the way we're going to find out, honestly, what the sentiment across the whole investment space. And I know it's very easy to say excited, but if you are feeling a little bit worried, or if you're finding fear creeping in, and I can tell not everyone in this chat is excited. And so far, 100% of people are excited. Yeah, look, that's more like it. So far, we have 50% fears creeping in. 25% says they're a little worried, and 25% says excited. You can see it's coming across the retail sector now. People are getting scared. And it's what I expected to see. Now, if I didn't put it anonymously, I reckon everyone would have said excited, and then you get a false rating. But this is so much nicer. Yeah, 50% says fear is creeping in. Let me know, guys. Look, no one's going to judge anyone. If you are feeling fearful or you're feeling worried, what stocks are you most worried about? What are you in that you're starting to get a little bit worried about, a little bit scared? I'm not saying that you're going to sell it out. We're not going to name and shame you and call you out. But look, as a community together, isn't it better if we just all come together and then talk about it and relax each other a little bit? Or if it is a moment to be fearful, at least we can help each other and let each other know if it's time to be worried, if you get me. John says it's the best time to buy is when you feel like all is lost. It is, but it's also the best way to lose all your money too. Group therapy, yeah, it genuinely is. Yeah, like no one's going to judge. Look, trust me, I'll be the first to start banning people if they start taking the mick out of someone else in times of struggle. So don't worry about someone taking the mick out of you. I get the mick taken out of me every day, so it's okay. Yeah, as I was saying, yeah, the best time to buy is when you feel like you lost it all, but it's also when you feel like you've lost it all, if you are right and you are losing it all, you're just throwing money down the sink. So I can see what you're saying. Yeah, so Horizon Aircraft 171. I'd advise no one to look at their portfolios at the moment. But you know what? It's going to be a great opportunity for the community portfolio, because if we open up Monday and we're still in red, imagine how this community portfolio is going to run. I'm going to look like Warren Buffett, my guy. I'll just say it was all me. I'll say I'm the best investor going, and I've done it live. Too late, I looked. Yeah, I don't look at my portfolio at the moment, especially when I see Rocket Lab going down too. But look, it's launch day. Rocket Lab always goes on launch day. Ondas down 8%. Zeta down 1.292. Iron down 3.55. UMAC down nearly 20% now. Are we going to break that $15? Archer 575. Yeah, it's happening. Joby 918, still dropping. Redwire needs to hold that $9 range. If not, it gets worrying again. PANW down 3.73. Nvidia down 2.81. 173.55. Great opportunity for a nice little 12% if the price target's right and it gets to that $200. Tesla's dropped lower than when we covered it earlier, now down at $368. Remember, guys, you were calling for $300 earlier and you'd buy a heavy amount of $300. Look, what's the difference? 300, 368 if we get a 5x in years to come. So now might be the time. Now might be the time to deploy it. 171, well under my buy range now, so it's looking good. 171 is looking extremely tasty right now. Intuitive Machines down 4%, 1815. ADMA, the biotech company we were covering earlier for our friend, and yeah, it's down 3.93 with the rest of the market. ATAI, this was another biotech, but this was to do with antidepressants. It's down 2.66, 348. Is biotech something that interests you? Could be an interesting one. Guys, do smash that like button for me. Help me grow. We're going to grow as a community, aren't we? Also, let me know what stocks do you want us to buy for the community portfolio. Then just check this now. Beta has dropped below 15 and is now capitulating. 1454, while Saddle got out at the right time. 797, and this can go so much lower. Lock-in period is over in May, so yeah, I think there's a lot more of a fall to go. Remember, Christian sold out of Planet Lab earlier when it was 30% up. Well, he's already, if he wanted to jump back in now, he's already made 6% on it. So great little steal for Christian. AMPX, are we going to break below that $18? 576 down, guys. Great battery company, did smash earnings, but I think we are overvalued at the moment. Rocket Lab, my beautiful, my favorite, 669 down. Successful Electron launch today, but yeah, we're still falling. But it has secured another $1 billion in cash, so I think we're very, very safe. A lot of catalysts coming up. What's the sentiment like from Trump Republican supporters? Are they behind Trump? Guys, is that a poll you want me to run? Are people behind Trump? Let me pull it up. Okay. I'm going to keep this one anonymous too, because I don't want people feeling. Okay, so I've pulled up. Are you behind Trump? Yes, no. Or if you've never been behind Trump, vote on you never have been. So the no in that is for anyone that used to be behind Trump, but they're no longer behind him. Yes is for if you're still behind him. And never have been is if you never have been. And Paul, I hope that helps the question that you want answered. Guys, if you ever want a poll, just give me a shout and we can get a poll, see what everyone thinks. Guys on X, do jump across to the YouTube channel. There's what? How many of you at the moment? 79 of you. Jump across to the YouTube channel if you want to participate in any of these polls. And look, coming into next week, I might do a members giveaway. So I'll give away, 10 memberships or so. All you have to do is make sure you've liked and subscribed to the Hustle Brothers completely free. And yeah, for all the members, I'm going to start doing members only streams too, just to make it a little bit more fun for any of you guys. EOS down 6.25%, IonQ down 3.32%. Rigetti is 5.26% down, 1460. Look, we're going to start covering some of these quantums. Cuba is down 3.89%, 691. We have INFQ is down 946 and FEIM down 6.35%. Going back to the poll, 100% people are still behind Trump. Guys, vote in the poll. See, if you're still behind Trump, have you always been behind Trump? Or have you never been behind Trump? I wasn't for or against. I'm playing it with pragmatism. Look, Trump doesn't really affect me here, so I'm not even going to say my opinion because my opinion's based on nothing apart from the stock market. So, to me, Trump has made the stock market run. Yes, we can say this has tanked the market, but this was waiting to happen. There was always going to be conflict in the Middle East. So I wouldn't judge Trump too much for this whole thing that's going on, but I don't want to get into politics. Look, I could be completely wrong there, so I'm going to leave it up to you guys to decide what you think of Trump. Someone has voted for no, so it's now 67% are backing Trump, and then 33% says no, they don't back what Trump is doing at the moment. Then S&P just in. S&P is now at the lowest price it has been in 6 months. Does anyone want to play it safe and just jump straight into VU and just protect your money? So Paul's in the UK as well, so he hasn't voted. Yeah, I appreciate that, because you're not actually swaying the poll that way. You're the same as me. We don't really have much of a... We're not affected too much by Trump. So, yeah. WHD says America dominates the world. Every country depends on us. I agree, and... Yeah, like... I'm not trying to... It's not massage your ego. I'm not trying to come across as we don't need the US, because yes, I agree we need the US, but I genuinely think the US believe that we need them more than we do, because I'm telling you, I'm on certain aspects, yes, I can see why the US benefits us, but at the same time, over here we're not thoroughly dependent on the US. No, look, a lot of our exports, like a lot of our meat exports, go out to the US. So you can say yes, they're buying from us, but at the same time, I think the US is a net positive. It is, my guy. I am Swiss. Big shout out. Thanks for running the poll. No problem at all. Just wait for taco time. America dominates the world. Every country depends on US. Ooh, here's one. Who do you think countries depend on more? So it's a little bit different. For manufacturing purposes, I think a lot of countries depend on China. However, the US for technology, for stability, economically, and as a superpower, I 100% believe the US is the dominant force there. But then in manufacturing capabilities, China is up there just because everyone goes to China, just how cheap they manufacture things. And then it does make me think, like, do you know if they start throwing weight around with each other, it could be just wild. Isn't it wild that China are trying to jump on the side that they're going for a ceasefire or something? I don't know. How do you think that's going to play out with Taiwan? Seems like China has surrounded Taiwan now. And that's just their luck, isn't it? That Iran will de-escalate and then you watch something will kick off in either China or not China, Taiwan or Cuba. And that'll be more of a catalyst on the drain because something will happen there. Guys, do smash that like button as you're getting in. I'm seeing numbers start to raise up here. So do smash that like button. It helps us grow, helps keep me motivated, helps. Well, look, I'm going running the community portfolio. So from Monday, we're going to have $2,000 thrown into a Robinhood account. You guys are going to help me along the way. We're going to grow it as best we can, but as a community, as a hive mind, we'll see how we can do it. I want to stay more in touch. So not that any other live market show does it badly, but I just want to stay in touch with the retail base. So I want to start with a figure that is great for anyone getting into investing now, and then show we're just average working people and bring it up from there. So yeah, it'll be a little bit of fun. You can sway what happens. There'll be a lot of polls, so like you guys will help me buy and sell, and yeah. And if not, if you're just at work and you're just bored and you want to listen to me, yeah, I don't know why, but yeah. John says manufacturing headed to China. Starting in the 70s, 80s, COVID woke up everyone, and manufacturing is coming back now. Good point. Good point. And that's where I think Trump has done really well for the US, though, where he's bringing America first. So he's bringing a lot of business back to the US, and I think like he needs to be commended for that. I think people have very, I don't know, short memories, especially when it comes to like when things start going bad. What I found interesting with the whole conflict with Iran, people only started caring when it started affecting their own wallets, not when people were actually being deployed out there, but when gas prices went up, next thing everyone cares about it. And it's like, why didn't you care when people were being deployed out there? Now all of a sudden it's a talking point because the market's crashing. China has slave labor factories with 200,000 workers is common. Yeah, look, I don't agree with what China do, but it's a fact that loads of the major corporations do use China for manufacturing capabilities. I think their human rights is absolutely disgusting out there. And as a human impact, I think it's not good. But we can't look past that. The multi-corporations do go out there. It's a national security issue. What sort of deal do you see Archer and Japan Defense Department getting? I think it looked very, very similar to that Project Nyx. Or could it be very similar to the Omen? I don't think it'd be as small as the Omen. I think it'd be a midnight size unmanned autonomous vehicle, a UAV. I don't think it'll be a hybrid VTOL. Potentially going forward, Japan could buy the hybrid VTOLs from Archer and Anvil, but no, I think it'll look very similar to Project Nyx with the Ministry of Defence in the UK. I'd rather see a free Iran than cheap gasoline. A free and friendly Iran would be a great thing. And I agree with you, though. I think at the moment it's cost of business. We just have to suck up the gas prices at the moment. I think Trump is doing his best, the administration's doing its best, and look, we need to thank any of the guys for their service too. WHD loves the Japanese Prime Minister. I have no comment on that. I don't really know the Japanese Prime Minister, so I'm sure they're a great person, but I've no real comment on it. What else going on at the moment? So again, Rocket Lab successfully completed the 85th launch of Electron today. So again, it won't be long before 100 Electron launches are through the roof. Super microcomputer is just falling like a ton of. Just in. Apparently, nearly half of Americans fear a total economic collapse within the next decade. That's interesting. Due to energy costs in Iran, you can mine Bitcoin for just $1,320 and sell it for 69,000. Yeah, guys, if I was you, I'd stay away from Twitter today or X because it's just pure negativity. Everyone's just so scared. And fear breeds more fear. Until we get de-escalation, I can't see. Okay, so here's the official story. President Putin says Russia will stop providing intelligence to Iran only if the US stop provides intelligence to Ukraine, which of course Trump said not a chance. Which I agree with him. Like, it can't be used as a bargaining chip. How much will the Iran-American misunderstanding influence Archer? Well, it influences them massively now. They can't get into the UAE to start operating over there. And same with Joby Aviation, they can't get in over there. I think Archer is going to benefit more, it's sad to say, but benefit more from the conflict than Joby, because I think their defensive aspect of the company is a lot stronger than Joby's. Joby do have that partnership with L3Harris, but I really don't think Joby want to go there. Aircraft's too light. So Joby use case is to manufacture and then operate, and I think they want to scale out and they want to saturate the market for the S4s. Archer don't really care. Archer don't care whether it's going, because they're selling the aircraft, they don't care if it's going defense, commercial, it doesn't really matter. Where Joby need to get out to operate and they need to saturate the market more, if you get me. They're completely two different businesses. I don't even know why we even compare them anymore, because it's like comparing, I don't know, Ford and Tesla. Yes, they both make cars, but they're going down two completely different routes. Like, what else going on? Do you see Archer expanding into the drone business? Well, they more or less are. They're licensing out their powertrain for the Omen drone. Do I see them actually producing a drone? I don't think it's in the realm of impossibilities, but I think at the moment they're just so focused on bringing the Midnight out. Going forward, I think as defense contracts start getting dished out, yeah, potentially you could see that if they made a mini Lilium jet that was unmanned and fully autonomous, I think many defense contracts will be opened up there. It would look very similar to something like the Cavra X5, the scaled down version of the Cavra X7, which is fully autonomous unmanned on its half scale model. And they've already had interest on their half scale model as a drone. So yeah, I could see it, but I don't think in the near term we will see it. Guys, smash that like button as we're getting through. Then let me have a quick look over this. Then what else going on? Blue Origin joins the race for orbital data centers, filing plans for a constellation of up to 51,600 satellites. Are you bullish on Blue Origin as a company? You can get exposure there with Amazon if you're really bullish on them, especially under the project Amazon Leo, the old Amazon Kuiper project. Could be an interesting play. No way SoFi is up today. Someone said SoFi is up today. Is it? That's insane. Adam Goldstein said they are right on schedule. What do you say? Well, yeah, he said during Q1 that they were going to do a full transition. And from what we can see at the moment, they're progressing towards that. They seem to be doing test flights more or less every day on the hovering, the vertical takeoff and landing part of the program. So, yeah, I can see a full transition. And then, yeah, like, there's nothing slowing them down then it's back to business. What everyone has been saying has been Archer's problem is completely wrong because they're now able to fully transition. Right on schedule, like the UAE rollout that will come out in the next earnings call that they won't be going out there. You can guarantee it. They ain't going out there, but that's expected. That's priced in now, especially like where are we? We dropping much lower, 571. By the way, guys, Horizon Aircraft. Didn't I say once we move, we're going to move quick? There you go. 164. Now you can see why I was saying 180 was such a pivotal point and it was going to act like a ceiling again. And look, here we are. Straight away, we've just given it all up. So we're now down at 164. Fantastic opportunity. I'll have to re-look where I think the next proper entry point is. But yeah, I think 164 is a nice buy range now. It looks like everyone's just giving up everything for the weekend. It's not looking good. Archer Aviation, 572 now. Joby Aviation. Joby could finish at $9 and Archer could easily finish 565 or so. This is an absolute joke, you know. How is the first day I do a live stream of the market that it absolutely capitulates? S&P's closing in on 2% down. S&P is determining the market now. Ondas down about 9%, Zeta down 1.97, Iron down 6.14, UMAC has dropped below the $15, down 19.62, Archer down 4.83, Joby down 5.37, Redwire down 6.54, PANW is down 3.43, Nvidia down 3%. Like Nvidia, there's no need for Nvidia to be dropping. The same with Tesla. There's no need for Tesla to be dropping, but it's what we get. But didn't they already do a transition flight? He said they did a piloted transition flight. Yes, but the aft propellers were still spinning. That's what people were getting quite worried about, was the aft propeller still spinning. I starting to look that my mic potentially could die because I have been on this quite a while. So what I may do, guys, I may go for another break for 10 minutes, charge my mic up, and then we will wrap it up into closing bell. What do you think about that? Yeah. So I will be back. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to leave Vu up on the screen? Yeah. Right, guys, let's get back to it. Do let me know, can you hear me? Because I've just reconnected my mic, so I need your help. Let me know, can you hear me? So we're pushing towards the end of the day. Looks like the whole market has just capitulated. US do have boots on the ground. 2,500 more soldiers are have been deployed out. 3 more warships have been deployed out. Trump has said that Iran, he doesn't know who he's speaking to now. So the market is very uncertain at the moment. Oil seems to be going up. Benjamin Netanyahu says that he is trying his utmost to come to a de-escalation period of the market. We have the UK, France, Germany ready to deploy out to the Strait of Hormuz. We have Iran charging $2 million for ships to have a safe passage. So it's a way of them to continue getting money in. We have Israel going commando, going on their own and doing a strike on the energy infrastructure, the gas infrastructure in Iran. Then we have Iran responding by attacking Qatar. Trump didn't know anything about this. He then condemned Israel's attack and said Israel will not do it again. We then have information that a B-52 bomber has flown over Israel and is on its way to Iran. So strikes seem to continue. Market doesn't seem too healthy. S&P is down 1.65%. We've said between the S&P and the Nasdaq, $65 billion has been liquidated out of the market within the last 3 months, the biggest in a long period. S&P is now at its lowest it has been since November. How are you feeling? Do let us know in the poll. Have you added any positions today? 50% says yes. 50% says no, I have no cash. And no one has says no, they're too fearful. I find that hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that no one is buying because they're too fearful. But I think people aren't voting. Don't worry about voting because it's anonymous. I don't know who's voting. So don't worry what you vote. I just want real sentiment. This is going to be a retail-based stream. But for it to work correctly, we need everyone to be honest in the polls. They're completely anonymous. I don't know who votes on what. Also, if you're new here, not if you're new here, but if you haven't, smash that like button. It helps out with the stream. It helps get us out to more people. From Monday, we're going $2,000 in a portfolio. You guys are going to help steer the stream. We're going to have polls left, right, and center. You're going to tell me when to buy, sell. You're also going to help me on what stocks to get into. We're going to have votes on the stocks, how much we get in. It's going to be exciting. Look, we're going to be more grounded back to the everyday working person, back to the average retail investor. And we can see, as average retail investors, can we outperform the market when it comes to investing? Can we speed track this portfolio straight to $100,000? Can we speed track this portfolio to $1 million? It's not going to be done overnight. It's going to be a big project. Hustle Brothers are ready to take on this project. This has been 2 years in the making. But yeah, it's like my first day at work. It's a little bit clunky today. It's a little bit, you've seen me. I had to sign up to TradingView live on air for you guys. We've been looking over a few stocks. Feel free to jump in. Let us know what stock you want reviewed. And then if you want a deep dive on any of the stocks, we can do that too. I can get videos out. But we're going to go back across the market because I want to see where everyone's going. Okay, we seem to have found some sort of floor at the moment. Are we going to get a nice little push into the weekend. Look, everyone's selling up because they're fearful over the weekend. They're reallocating their portfolio, trying to save their money. They don't know. Look, a lot can happen over 2 days of the weekend. So we don't know where the market could go on Monday. And that's what people are scared about. Dave's just waiting, looking out for the bottom or a dead cat bounce at least. That could be what we're going for at the moment. The dead cat bounce, my guy. Because the S&P just seems like it's given up, and it's definitely given up its 200-day moving average. We were just on the line of it yesterday, but no, we've definitely given it up now. Ondas down 8.28%. Ondas actually, we're going to bring UMAC up. It's down 20%. So UMAC did do a cash raise. Ondas did scoop up some of them shares. So are people leaving UMAC and going to Ondas? Ondas is a safer bet. It's a holdings company, holds many of the drone plays, and it's not as defensive. You have your defense aspect of Ondas, but you also have your communications and your railroad mapping, your geo mapping. So Ondas is a nice play. Zeta, many of you were asking about Zeta yesterday. May put some into an ETF or two. Yeah, look, you could go into VU. I think the NASDAQ is down extremely hard. So yeah, do let us know what ETF you're going into. Buy when it's low, sell when it's high. Great advice. Great advice, my guy. Archer. Didn't we say? I said it could close at 575. We're now at 571. You heard me calling it earlier. If this continues, we could go all the way down to about 350. That is around where I think the absolute bottom is, because that's when the cash on the books actually balances out with the market cap, and I couldn't see us going lower than that because it would just be well undervalued. Joby, 9.21. Are we going to drop to around 910? There's not much time left, so potentially, but I think we're going to find a bit of a base at 920. We've given up that consolidation. We were building around that $10 range, but let's hope we hold this $9 range. But again, I said Joby could go all the way down to $8, but Joby probably is the safer bet in comparison to Archer at the moment. But at the same time, Archer has more run room now. So if you liked Archer at $10, $12, you must love Archer at $5.71. Redwire, we need this to hold the $9 range, $6.23. Again, I said if I get in, 50% bounce to where my entry point was. So potentially going back into Redwire. PANW, one of our friends did ask us to cover that earlier, 3.54% down. NVIDIA, there's no reason for it to be down 3.5% apart from the macro conditions. 172, but look, price targets now are up near $200. So if you want to make over 10%, do jump into NVIDIA. Tesla, we said it was a buy at 372. We're now down to 365.95 and dropping 3.8% down. Tesla is an extreme buy at the moment. Yes, we have people claiming on X that you wouldn't have made no money if you bought in 2021, but I think that's people being jealous. I highly doubt everyone has bought in 2021 and just held. They have DCA'd, so they are in the green when it comes to Tesla. Tesla is a buy now. Look, we were in the $400 range for so long, and now it seems to be dropping back out. 365, great buy. Horizon Aircraft, it did capitulate. Was holding 180, and now we're down at 166. Again, micro market cap. We don't know where this is going to go now because we've dropped through that resistance level of 180. I said it needed to close at 180 for this to be protected. However, look, it's not Horizon's fault. The whole market has collapsed. Intuitive Machines, again, they have done one unsuccessful mission to the moon, where the lander capsized, and the second one, the legs failed. It came in, its angle of attack was too quick and it tipped over, but it did send back some data, so it was partially successful. But we are down 6.19%. ADMA, if you're into biotech, guys, this is one of our followers' favorite. 443 down 1436. ATAI, another biotech play. They're into antidepressants. Look, I am not a mad guy into biotech stocks, but it could be interesting. Beta Technologies, what did I say? An absolute shambles of a opportunity at the moment because the lock-in period. And I think people are starting to realize that. Anyone that's in Beta Technologies are starting to realize we had our biggest Beta Technologies holder sell out 60% of his position. And boy, wasn't he lucky, because it's now down nearly 10% on the day. It was holding the $15 range. Now we've just shot straight down 14.26. Planet Labs. Remember Christian earlier? Sold out at 30% up. It's now, I'm going to say, only 24% up. They did have a crack in earnings, and the government are looking to use their satellite imagery. So they're going through a great time, but Christian did make a solid return on Planet Labs. AMPX. So Amprius is dropping. I said my buy range, $14. Again, really realistically, 11 to 12.50 is probably a buy range, but I just want skin in the game, so $14 is for me. Rocket Lab, my favorite, down 7.38%, 66.65. They did do a cash raise, $1 billion, but again, they did get a contract, their biggest ever launch contract, only a few days ago. It was for 20 hypersonic accelerator suborbital test electrons. That is her HASTE rocket, her hypersonic launch vehicle. Department of War, $190 million. Rocket Lab have some big catalysts coming up right now. SpaceX IPO is one, and especially if SpaceX merge with XAI, it could be massive for the whole space industry. ASTI, Ascent Solar Technologies. This is one that Vassian brought to us, and I'm not a man for micro market caps. I'm in Horizon Aircraft a little tiny bit, but Ascent Solar looks exciting to me. Down 8%. So yes, we're not looking too great. Market cap is only 35 million. So it's not going to take much to move this, but at the same time, it is quite a risky play. So do not be following me into ASTI, but I will be in ASTI, especially on the community portfolio. So at least you'll get exposure there. You get to see what's happening. EOS, a fan favorite. They are going for their large batteries, and it's doing the power grids go down. I'm not sure about their management. I did hear a rumor that management is a little bit shaky, and that's why we're selling off, but that is now down 7.52%. I wouldn't look too much into these massive down days, because it is the whole market, and anything that's speculative is going to drop. IonQ, one of our guys wants us to cover quantum stocks a little bit more, down 3.95%. IonQ is now sitting at 30.65. It is a buy right now. IonQ is a buy right now. Then Rigetti Computing. I actually thought Rigetti didn't look too bad, down 5.87%, 14.51. Qubit is down 4.59, 6.86. INFQ is down 9.36%. FEIM down 6.98%. IBRX. You want us to have a look at IBRX? Let's have a look. Immunity Bio. So, market cap 8.72 billion. Okay, I can get on board with this one. What are we saying? We've beaten on earnings for the last 3 quarters. And we can run this through Gainify. So let me add that to the watch list because that doesn't look too bad from what I'm reading so far. But we will have a look at them through Gainify. So IBRX. ImmunoBio is 9.07 billion market cap. We're currently sitting at 848 and we have had a massive run. Ever since January, it seems to be running up massively. Price revenue is 43.29. So for every dollar of revenue, you're spending 43.29. So you want a nice growth story to this. 5 analysts have said it is a buy right now at 14.80. Again, I don't think we need to pay too much attention to what the analysts are speaking. What do? They're a commercial stage biotechnology company that develops next generation therapies that bolster the natural immune systems to defeat cancers and infectious diseases. It platforms for the development of biologic products and product candidates that include cytosine fusion proteins, DNA vaccine vectors, and cell therapies. The company's platform has generated first in-human therapeutic agents that are planned to be studied in clinical trials in liquid and solid tumors. Its lead biologic product, so it's FDA approved immunotherapy in 688 employees. Look across the financials here. So it's not looking too bad. So revenue is increased then. 38.285 million in total revenue. Gross profit was 34 million. Operating profit is negative 64. Okay, net income negative 61. EBITDA negative 31.36. What's the balance sheet saying? $242 million in cash. Total current assets 314, non-current 187. So about $500 million in assets, and in liabilities around $1 billion. What's the estimate saying? IBX, I think, is a cancer drug that has been approved, could have a big future. They don't look too bad. When we send this over the quarter, over the year. Look, I'm just not wild about these biotechs. 3 years' time, they're projecting 1.2 billion in revenue. Like they're slowly going for a ZEEP deposit. Oh. Not investor relations. That's what I'm looking for. Top investors. There's no. Okay, here we go. Insider sales 6.98 million. 6 insiders have sold recently. Yeah, I'm not too excited about IBRX. I can see if they do have an approved cancer drug. But again, I've said about my worry with any sort of biopharm. It is J&J and Pfizer is just meat on the table for them. They either acquire you or they'll acquire your product. If not, they'll just replicate your product. And yes, it may take a little bit longer, but they'll just throw money at it. Not a green ticker among my holdings for the books. Apparently, SoFi is green. Will we have a look at SoFi? We'll see if someone was lying to me. No, SoFi. Okay, it's down 1.46%, so it did have quite a stable day. SoFi is just chugging along, guys. I genuinely think SoFi is definitely one for the portfolio if you want to get into the fintech space. I think Robinhood is a lovely story at the moment. They're starting to push forward heavily in the brokerage, but they're going to turn into a bank. You just know it. They're going to start dominating. I really like Robinhood, but SoFi, I said again, Nubank. I'm quite excited about Nubank. Apparently, they have one of the best fintech products out there as an actual product. Now, they're primarily in South America, Nubank. But if anyone has ever used Nubank or has any exposure in Nubank, do let me know. VU still dropping. 175, like we're gonna end the day extremely red. Archer now down 569, Joby 916, Horizon Aircraft 167. Nothing's giving up. What's happening across the world at the moment? Okay, so 44% of people have said they've added to their positions today. So if you've said you've added to your position, do let me know what you've added. 11% say no, they're too fearful. Fair play for being honest. I love that. And then 44% says no, I've no cash. I'm here for it as well. I feel you guys. I feel you guys, yet you voted for me to put 2K into a community portfolio. So in times like this, but no, I get you. You could wreck me. That's why I didn't want to put 10K in. When people were voting on 10K, I was like, mate, would you put 10K in just to a community portfolio that people can actually steer what you're doing? And that's pretty wild. But look, if you voted on it, I probably would have done it. You have both of those. Good man, John. I love it. So, what's happening? As we see, okay, so Peter Beck has just put out 100% mission success for Flight 84. So, big congratulations to Rocket Lab. Everything's pushing forward nicely there. Anduril plans to roll out its first autonomous Fury fighter this summer from its Ohio facility. Do let me know, would you invest in Anduril if it IPO'd? The only thing is, an Anduril IPO could be even more expensive now because we're going through conflict. So could be an interesting one to just watch how it played out. Originally, I said I'd go into the IPO, but how it's playing out at the moment. Just in, gold crashes under 4,500. Oh yeah, I heard that. RIP to Chuck Norris. Apparently, Chuck Norris passed away today. I think he was 86, wasn't he? So yeah, I appreciate that. RIP to Chuck Norris. Guys, smash that like button if you have just joined us here. What else is happening? Yeah, gold is under 4,500, and that's the biggest weekly fall since 1983. And then Dave says had a good run. He did have a good run, my guy. Everything's just about the gold at the moment. Guys, also keep it on your calendar that Joby at 7 p.m. Eastern Time is running a premiere on YouTube. Now, I won't be covering that because I'll be banged for copyright for copying a YouTube video. So I may see you in the comments, but I won't be running a stream for that. Added SMCI. Guys, anyone that doesn't know today, SMCI got caught in a little bit of trouble. Was it the CEO allowed for 2.5 billion of NVIDIA chips to be exported out to China? So yeah, they've dropped about 30% today. But good on you, Paul, for adding at $21. It was sitting around $30 yesterday. So yeah, great. Archer added at $5.90 for a DCA. Great. That I love it. The Grim Reaper was a level 10 black belt. Feels like the Grim Reaper showed up today, hasn't he? When do you see the S&P down like 1.71%? You watch. Monday will be green. You watch over the weekend, we will get a miraculous recovery. It'll calm down. You watch. You've heard it here first. I said it earlier, guys, but I know some of you weren't here. Meta poured $80 billion into the metaverse. Remember the metaverse? That Mark Zuckerberg with the glasses, and you go in, and it was going to be a virtual reality that you'll be at home and all your friends and your work friends and all this. Well, yeah, that's discontinued now. Poured $80 billion into it, and they've discontinued. They're going after AI now. They even changed the company's name from Facebook to Meta. So, how do you feel about that? Are you a Meta holder? Yeah, I thought at the time it was a bit wild, but I thought they'd achieve it just because how big of a company they are. But he misjudged it. It's not a product that people wanted. The government are looking for $200 billion to keep this war going. Meta could have donated 80 billion, just forgot about the metaverse. So yeah. Cavity search revealed the Vera Rubin chip. What's happening? Strait of Hormuz is still looking pretty tight. Just in. So just in, Iran can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed for 6 months, the Pentagon is saying. It amazes me the amount of cash that Meta generates. It is a juggernaut, isn't it? What else is going on? AT&T up 3% apparently. Tesla is down over 20% year to date. Of course it is. Like, the whole market is crashing. Some people just pull up some random stuff, don't they? Come on, that was funny. It was funny, but it's not the kind of thing I can be putting out on YouTube, is it? Too soon for Chuck Norris jokes. Everything's just about gold in the markets. Like, guys, I'd advise you not to go near X today because it is just a cesspit of negativity. And then you get all the specialists coming in. You'll have one guy that is an oil specialist one day, and he's a crypto bull the next day. And when the market goes green, he will have been a dividend investor, a growth investor. It'd be a bit of everything money. Guys, smash that like button as you're getting in. I can see the numbers climbing. Also, smash that subscribe button. Really helps me out. Helps me get up to 5,000 subs. It's like the first day in the office. We're coming towards the end of the market. So, VU seems to be trying to push up. We're trying to get a strong close to the market. We're at what? 1.5% down. Everything's pushing. Oil is at 97.68 a barrel. Did anyone try and invest in oil in the middle of all that? I think you'll get caught with the pants down. Hey, buddy, I bought more Archer today. Lol, every day it drops, I buy more. See, Jernigan, big shout out, my guy, one of our members here. Yeah, it's just been a long day for Archer, hasn't it? We haven't held that $6 range. We're at 575. Ooh, are we going to hold at 575? I said it'll close at 575. Am I going to be right? Or is it going to close higher? It looks like everything's trying to push for the weekend here. Are we going to get a big push in towards the close? Tesla running back up, 367. We're getting a push on all stocks at the moment. Nvidia seems to be quite flat. Beta Technologies really needed it. Was down 10%, now 8.8%. Rocket Lab 6.54. SoFi. Is SoFi going to end the day green? 1693, 0.88%. Guys, between X and YouTube, we have 100 of you live right now. Do smash that like button on both X and YouTube. If you're on X, actually, X is hard to get likes on any of these videos because I know a lot of you just close page and you can listen to it as it's going along. But I'd appreciate if you could jump back in and smash a like on it. Let me know, actually. Let me run a poll quickly, guys. Watch some melon now. Replace this. Do you like the full day stock market streams? Yes or no? If I get a majority say no, I'm just going to call it redundant straight away. We won't even go for it. But do let me know. Do you like the full day stock market streams? Are we going to keep it going? Planet Labs up 24%. Again, Christian made 30% in one day on Planet Labs. So congratulations, team, especially on a day like today where everything seems to be sinking. Horizon Aircraft is climbing back 172. It needs a miraculous recovery in the next 2 minutes to get back to 180 and to be safe for another week. Archer pushing back 576, but again, we have hit this downtrend. The downtrend continues throughout the week. It's scary times if you are invested in any of these speculative plays. Joby Aviation 926. Joby, look, we'll call it a bad week in the books. News just came out saying that the Iranian leader said that he wants to basically stop fighting with everyone in the region. Was that the Iranian leader or the president? Because I know, is the president exiled from there? The actual supreme leader, I think, will go down with the ship. They don't even know is he alive. But yeah, potentially, if the US keep putting pressure on them, I do believe they will stop because they can't keep up with the US. They're just going to be wiped off the face of the planet. And especially if the US are willing to put troops on the ground now, could be wild. I can't say that out loud, but yeah, I believe so too. Let me see here. 100% of you says, yes, you like stock market streams. Do you know what? You're going to get sick of me eventually. But yeah, something we can continue doing. It's going to be a more exciting from Monday. We're going to have a community portfolio. No, I don't say oops. You're welcome to say. it. I wouldn't put it on the screen if it was something bad on your part. It's just I can't say it. If I say it, I could get banged for that. Apparently, there's ways of saying it. Look, we've closed, guys. We've closed. That is it. Ding, ding, ding. Let me get a bell. Okay. S&P down 1.45%. Ondas finished 6.23% down. Zeta 1.60. Iran 0.91. UMAC, terrible day, 20% down, but it did have that dilution. Archer, scary times. Look, the profit is here, 575. 433 down. Joby, 454. Redwire, 478. It could have been worse today. After what we experienced earlier, it did make a little bit of a braver towards the end. PANW down 3.98%, Nvidia down 3.15%, Tesla down 3.25%. Horizon Aircraft, you know what? Big shout out to anyone that invested in Horizon Aircraft today. 173. So it gave a little bit of relief. It is down 2.81. I don't think it's lights out yet. All is negative, but yeah, it would have been good to close above that 180. But look, macro market has pulled it down. So big shout out to Horizon Aircraft investors. Then Lunar Intuitive Machines down 5.68, Adama down 4.66, ATAI down 2.38. Beta Technologies had a horrible day, couldn't hold at 15 and down 7.78, and then after hours it's down at 185. It's a bad day. Planet Labs, congratulations, Planet Labs, 25.56. It did push all the way to 30, and big shout out to Christian. Christian got out at the perfect time. Amprius is 4.71% down, 18.21, so it's still in that $18 range. And look, I just don't feel comfortable adding there. Rocket Lab, my beautiful Rocket Lab. I didn't add any today. I said it. I wish I could have. 653. ASTI, probably something I am keeping my eye on now. Micro market cap, it does look exciting. I am quite bullish on solar. 6.10%. EOS, the large batteries. You guys, it's one of the fan favorites, 5.62%. IonQ Quantum. Our friend wanted us to start covering Quantum, 2.07%. Rigetti Computing. I actually didn't think Rigetti was too bad, 3.31%. Qubit, I wasn't wild on Qubit, but minus 2.78%. INFQ down 9.04, horrible day, 5.65 for FEIM. IBRX, that biotech, the cancer drug, is 3.68%. And then another fan favorite, SoFi, the tech firm. This is your fintech play, 0.88%. Guys, smash that like button. I really appreciate anyone that has came to this stream today. First day in the office. Do you know what? It's been quite exciting. I didn't know what to expect. A full day. I know guys normally cover an opening bell and then a closing bell, but I thought, do you know what? Why not just run for the full day? I want to say thank you for any guys that let me go for them 10-minute breaks throughout the day. It really did help. I can really feel my throat now. Not gonna lie. I'm not used to talking for nearly 7 hours straight. But do you know what? We'll get used to it as it keeps going. How did you feel about the day, guys? It was a bit of a stressful one. Had to be my first day here, didn't it? What stocks do you think we should invest in on the community portfolio? We're going for $2,000 as the start. Is going to make us more honed in to the everyday working man. We're going to be more grounded. Look, the other guys that cover opening bell shows and closing bell shows do a fantastic job. And it's going to take us a while to get anywhere there. But look, we're going to use the experience we've gained over the last 2 years to try and get this going as quick as we can. It's going to be a bit clunky for the first week or two as I get used to running these streams. As we get used to actually steering from one stock to another, we'll start doing deep dives live on air. But yeah, we have been covering stocks throughout the day on both Gainify and TradingView. Guys, if you like Gainify that I've been using there to do some of the reviews earlier, it's free. Like, I do use the paid version, but you can get a lot of that information for free. So do check it out. It is quite good. I don't think you need the paid version for it. I'll be honest with you. So yeah. Right, Black Sky is doing great this month. Black Sky, am I correct? Black Sky is still the better version of Planet Labs, as far as I'm aware. Guys, we've been going for 7 hours. Please smash that like button. More than ever, I want to show you something. Actually, I want to prove something to you guys. When I do videos, I've said it to you many times. When I do videos, I'll get 15, 20 subs a video. This has not moved today. This went up one, went down one, went up one, went down one. Do smash that subscribe button. It really helps me out. I know a lot of you have been watching this from X though. There's 93 of you live on X at the moment. Feel free to jump across to the Hustle Brothers. Do you know what? If you've been watching it all day on X, please come across to YouTube, show your appreciation, and smash that like button for me. It'll take you 2 minutes to come across from X and smash it on YouTube. Just because, look, I don't get anything out of X, but I thought it's a nice one to have for free for you guys to watch. So if you are on X, jump across YouTube, smash that like button, because really YouTube is what helps me get out there. So the more likes I get on YouTube, the more motivation I get. More motivation I get, the more times I'm going to be here, and the longer streams we can go for. But look, I'm going to be honest, first day on the job, something completely different. Used to the eVTOL industry, used to the space sector. We've been covering a bit of everything today. So what I want to say is big thank you to absolutely everyone here. Stream for 7 hours straight. Unlike the opening and closing shows, we're going for the whole way through. It's a little bit tough on the voice, but we're going to try our best. I'm going to try and get the team assembled together so it's not just me on my own for the whole day. And says, if anyone is scared with the markets today, with the eVTOL stocks moving 45%, I'm afraid that you're in the wrong stocks. Volatility is the name of the game, and these swings are completely normal. You're completely correct there. Right, guys, my name's Ian, one of the Hustle Brothers. Do smash that like on the way out, smash that subscribe, and yeah, I may even drop another video later, so I'll see you then.